Good afternoon. Welcome to the Washington City Council workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, June 26th. We're at Washington City Hall in the council chamber for our workshop meeting. We've got some good items tonight. This is a meeting that is more informative, a little more interactive. We don't take official action. And I think maybe the only thing we might vote on tonight is approval of the agenda. So with that said, I'll turn to one of you to make a motion in a second.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
And we have an approved agenda. The first item, Council, is a discussion regarding signage at the Washington City Veterans Park. I'd like to recognize school board member Burke Staley, who is also a co-chair of our Washington City Veterans Committee with Susan Hancock, and I'll invite Mr. Staley to come forward and speak to the council on this particular item.
Hello, thanks for letting me be here today. This is not any school board stuff. This is just a Washington City resident and especially representing the Washington City Veterans Committee. Little history. In 2001, I traveled to Heber City, Utah, where my wife is from, visited the cemetery there. Her father was a Korean War veteran, and I recognized that what they were doing for their veterans was much more than what we were doing for ours. But I remember also growing up in the church and walking around the corner, or maybe when I got in trouble at church, and seeing this photo of these veterans, and knowing many of these men, growing up with them, kind of working for them, different things. And I thought we can do better in Washington. And so in 2001, as the principal of Washington Elementary, I had a colleague, Tim Capel, one of the members of the class of 81, was a rich doctor. He came to our 20-year reunion and he said, "Hey, could you use $10,000? I need a tax write-off." And I said, "Yeah." So we bought those initial 240 brass plaques to put on the graves of the soldiers, and now we're in the 400s. By the way, just moving forward, that year we had a 2-block parade, and we had a program in the southwest corner of the cemetery. There was enough open grass in the southwest corner of the cemetery to have a program. Jump forward now, 23 years later, we've added a beautiful veterans monument in the park, a foundation, I think, of our community. We've added what I think is the premier Veterans Day parade and program and observance in the whole state. And since Utah does stuff the best, I would say the whole United States, especially in a small town way for the budget that we use. And we appreciate what Washington City has done for that, and that we count on that every year. I figure everybody, but just a couple of us have moved here, right? At some point, everybody moved here, but a few of us who were born here, and they love this. They love this veterans, and if they're veterans, they had no idea that someone could treat them so well. A few years ago, those of us who are Cold War veterans were honored. We have a wonderful American Legion post here. And so what I'm here to propose or to ask, I don't have any formal plans. I have a few ideas. We have a few ideas. I'm speaking for Susan. She's out of town. We, in conjunction with the American Legion Post 912, would like to make a few changes around the Veterans Monument. We'd like to move a few things. We'd like to open it up a little bit, make it more of a Veterans Plaza rather than just a Veterans Monument, spread it out just a little bit, which would and Tammy Sower, a veteran and also one of your employees, she's working with that group along with Neil Bennett. We've met with them, and they have ideas of how we could move a few things. We want to move the big rock from off the road, the one that's there with the quote. And we want to move the thing that looks like a barbecue. That was an old sign-in sheet. That's old-fashioned. We want to move that. We want to add some better lighting to the monument. I'm gonna let them do all that. What I am here to ask is this. Years ago, we dubbed this park Veterans Park, or Washington City Veterans Park, but it's Veterans Park. When we talk about things, we'll say the movie in the park is gonna be a Veterans Park, or this is gonna be a Veterans Park. What we are asking is that the city, along with all their great resources and creative ideas, would look at creating some signage and possibly using RAP tax money. I'm not on the city council. You can pay for it however you want, or we'll ask you to help if you can. And if we need to raise some money for it, we will. We did with the monument. We can do it with that. But we would like to see some signage that would dub this park Veterans Park. I've gone to Sullivan's Park. I see the sign. I've gone to Boilers Park. I see the sign. Beautiful the beautiful water wheel sign at Nison's Park. If you go up to Highland Park, Treasure Valley Park, they all have signs. There's nowhere here that really dubs this as Veterans Park. I know you're doing some great things, very excited about that as a citizen with the old school and the old gym, possibly working that together. But what we're asking is that the city would consider and then use some of your designers and create a Veterans Park. I do have one idea that I'd like to share with you. It's a possibility. On the south end of the park, there is a retaining wall. It's about a 3-foot retaining wall that retains. Possibility there is centered on that thing is you could possibly make a set of stairs and just create an archway entrance that just says Veterans Park. It would look classy. I would not encourage us to go to some commercial person I think this deserves the culture and the feeling of this park. So, but boy, we're just asking. And as Tammy and I met together, and Neil, as we met together, we felt like that would just add to what we already have. And so I wish I had come with like drawings and all this, but I don't think that's our place. Our place is to say, we are committed to continuing. We've turned this into a Washington County Veterans Observance. We invite everyone in the county to come. It is always a great day, and we want to keep doing that, and we just think this will add to the class of that. And so that's what we're asking for. I don't know that we have a timeline. I do know that our Washington City Historical Society is doing an incredible job right now. In fact, my mother just got pictures from Keith Averett, an old veteran, and that they are working hard to gather video and all types of things from all of our World War II veterans to create a beautiful thing. So that's all I have. But again, I'd ask and say, please, if there's a way to help, if you need our help as a match or something like that, we can go find people to support that. So that's all I have. Does anybody, I don't know if you can ask questions.
Stay up here for a minute.
Yeah.
Council, questions, discussion. Well, we have the Veterans Committee represented here.
I think, Mr. Staley, I think it's very interesting that you pointed out that there's not signage. I did not realize that.
No,
everyone refers to it, but you don't see it. And
I think if you say it's a Veterans Park, you saw it. Ideas I had, again, maybe where the Buffalo is, but that's pretty cool. But that would work, that corner. If you just went up another 100 feet, right on the corner of the park right there, across the street from Mike's Barber Shop, up a little bit on that corner, might work. I don't think we need to add too much additional patriotic things. I think if the soldier and those flagpoles can stand alone as that. Sometimes when you have too much, you don't know what to look at. But that's my thoughts. Other people may think differently, but I do think it needs to be either historical or old classy, not just something from a factory. That would be our thoughts. Anything else?
I like the idea too. Councilwoman Casperson, your thoughts?
I like it. Veterans Day is one of and how you do it, the patriotism and, the flags there. And, I love this community and how we honor our veterans. And so I can't think of a a better way to be able to make it more known, for Veterans Park, and so I'm supportive of this.
Yeah, and again, I didn't know how this, I don't know if you talked about this after or anything. I just wanted to make their proposal.
Well, we talked about it briefly on the phone. I've learned a lot today.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do was get this right to the council. I wanted this council to have that conversation. And then really at that point, I want the council to determine if this is something that we want to support. And if so, do we coordinate with Barry and staff, with the Veterans Committee, and then kind of follow back up with some ideas? That's kind of what I see. I do think there is a different look and feel at Veterans Park. I too was surprised to hear that there's not already signage, but I don't think it needs to be expensive. I think it can be something that is just appropriate to the to the grounds there. I'd like to hear some more feedback on this side, if there's some thoughts, if you think we're kind of going that right direction, or what.
I think we're heading the right direction. I'd really like to see a plan, understand what
Exactly.
what we're after, right?
And I don't know what our role is in that. I think for surely we could come forth with ideas, but really I think that it would be accepted well by our community. You get that field of flags. We've found another group. We'll be putting the flags out on Memorial Day and on Veterans Day every day with two different groups of youth. So we have two separate
For the field of
groups.
flags.
Not the field of flags, but the flags in the cemetery.
Gotcha.
We have never had a consistent Memorial Day group, but we do now. So we'll have those out twice a year. We love, just by the way, I'm talking too much. We love your sexton, Mr. Bithell, his predecessor, what they have done to find and locate and then identify those. That makes it so much easier for our youth. We used to have an old map that was made out of manila folders, duct taped together, and this is way better, all right? So
Now you're speaking Councilman
anyway.
Henderson's language. Councilman Henderson, your thoughts on this?
Thanks, Mayor. Burke, I was just going to say this is a fantastic idea, and it made, when you were talking, it made me think about my grandkids. Whenever I pick up my grandkids and ask them where they want to go, they always say Veterans Park. So there's something special about Veterans Park that even the little kids can feel.
I think no grass grows deeper in Washington than the grass in Veterans Park. It's
Yeah,
been
I
there
agree.
for over 100 years.
Yeah.
Right? The same grass has been there for over 100 years. There's no better grass to run in or fall in or play in than the grass at Veterans Park.
Agree.
I really think that.
Thank you.
So,
Councilman Belliston, you.
I just find it interesting. that
You're
there's-
a veteran in every sense of the words, having served overseas. Your thoughts?
I find it interesting that everybody says, "Oh, I didn't realize there was no signage there."
Yeah.
Everybody knows it, and everybody. I think we all kind of are just so used to that's Veterans Park that it's probably fitting that it does have something that.
so if you see, I say if we could come with something
tribute to
that's
it.
not overbearing but classy,
Yeah.
I think it would be great. I think we'd spend funds on a lot of things. I think this would pay for itself either in 1 second or over 50 years. Either way, it would pay for itself. Pictures, these kind of things. And and if you would like our input between the Veterans Committee. Now understand, the Veterans Committee has no authority, only the ones that we've given ourselves, all right? We just created ourselves, but somebody just comes to us and says, if you want to do something out there, talk to Susan and Burke. That's the only authority we have. But we'd like to have input to keep it as classy. And again, if I can also think to the parks and the grounds people that have just kept that just top notch.
Yeah.
All right, it is classy and it's a wonderful place to be. So
Well,
anyway, that's all I
it sounds like you've got unanimous support from the council. What I'd like to do with your nod, council, is invite the Veterans Committee chairs to coordinate with Barry Blake and Paul Walker on and bring back a plan on some of the ideas with just the little changes we're talking about with the monument, and maybe a couple of different ideas for the sign. Barry, I'm looking at you for a nod. Is that something you can help with on that? Feel good about that?
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Bert.
Great. Okay. We're going to get on to the next item, a related item. And before I do so, I want to recognize a couple of our dear friends who have walked in for this particular item. Commissioner Adam Snow from the county is here, and Councilman Jimmy Hughes from the City of St. George are both here. And I appreciate you making time out of your busy schedules to be here for this item. This item 3 is budgeted RAP tax for Washington City. The first one is a presentation with respect to the George Washington statue. Just to bring you up to speed on this a little bit, we have got, maybe the finest. Hey, Steve, can you pull up the George Washington statue? I know we prepped that before the meeting. We've got the sculptor. I'd like to recognize the sculptor, Jerry Anderson, who is in attendance with his wife here this evening. You've seen his work outside. He's very talented. Also, some of that help and driving force with bringing this to the forefront is Dick Whitehead. You might know him as the past president of the University of Virginia. What's the University of Southern Virginia? Carmen Snow and Melanie Olson have been instrumental in bringing this forward. So in conversations, we thought this statue might have found a perfect home on George Washington Boulevard on a remnant piece when we tied those roads together. Barry has been doing some work on this, so at this time I'll invite Barry Blake to come forward and present to the council on some of the ideas on where this might be placed, and then I might invite Mr. Anderson and some others to just kind of come and speak to this. And again, as we've talked about before, this is a collaborative project with third partnerships on the statue with our friends at the county and our neighbors and friends in the city of St. George.
Let me pass these out.
Mr. Barry Blake, Leisure Services Director, welcome.
Thank you. This is right hot off the press. I met with this group. I can't even, it's just a blur these last couple of weeks. I don't know was it last week? Anyway, met with this group, saw the plans for the statue, the height of it, what it would take. We'd already kind of started on a path down for this area. So we quickly switched gears and I have something in front of you now that kind of shows how this would fit on that corner piece. Does everyone know where that corner piece is at?
So Barry, I got a question for you. I
Yeah.
think it's a typo. It says water feature. Do we mean sign or statue?
Yeah, there's a water feature there. So the original thing, and John Costanza, I don't know if those of you know John Costanza, he does water features all over, and they're the best. I mean, they're just bulletproof. So this would water feature, and I asked him the same thing because we have the Water Conservancy District, we have the things there. Originally we were down the path of doing like the reflection ponds, like at the temple, because we wanted to kind of make that corner, make you think of that also, you know what I'm saying, to kind of tie that in together. And so even with these, the little area, the columns behind George Washington in this, we actually drove and looked at the temple and those columns, and we would do them the same. We'd try to match colors. So that's what that reflection. That's what those reflection pools are for, is to kind of make that the same way. And I asked him about that. He said that yes, he's since that all that happened, there have been a lot of these things that have come through. In fact, I think the temple was one of them that had to get approval for different things. But But this is all contained. The water stays contained and filtered.
Depending on the size, it
Yeah.
actually meets the standard, depending on the size.
It's over.
It could meet the
It's
standard.
over. Yeah, it's over. I think they only want you to do 25 square feet, which is, I mean, that's 5 by 5.
I just don't think we can do it.
Well, and that's up to the council.
I just sit and
Yeah,
look
that's
at it
up
and
to
go
the
like,
council.
we're telling everyone else they can't put a water feature in the front of their subdivisions, but then we go do it on a road piece I just don't think I don't think it's right to do a water feature. I think we can do something else that make it.
Well, we could
just as
have
cool.
it look just like that, just not put the water in there. Just make it more narrow and, yeah, I mean,
You could do like raised plant beds or something like that.
we'd do
Which
that instead of water in there.
I kinda feel
I
the
like
same
how
way.
it looks. It looks really good there, but we just wouldn't have the reflection pools. But then again, you missed, that. The original thing for that was to try to tie that in with that piece, and then, so you're kind of doing away with that.
And we can
So,
tie it with
that's-
materials without water.
Yeah, we'd
I think
have
that's
to.
good feedback from the council.
Yeah, that's why that's why we're gonna try to make the little area back behind George Washington statue, kind of match those pillars that are there, at the temple. But anyway, that's what we're looking at. I know, Mayor also wanted, we have, I think the council approved for that piece, and, Mr. Red can maybe correct me if that's wrong. I think it was 250,000. We're going to be into 25,000 probably with John Costanza on how his design and helping us with it and all the things that we've gone through with him. So we're looking at 225. And so some of these areas wouldn't certainly be complete. We'd try to make it up front look as nice, but I know the mayor wanted some areas that we could go into later on with different ideas and different things available, which we have in this plan.
Well, we certainly have, we're a patriotic city, and Washington City was named after George Washington at the explicit request of Brigham Young. And so we have a national story that we're a part of. We also have a local story in the Washington Fields, also appropriately named, that I think this canvas, the way that the sidewalks meander, and of course, this is a walking trail. This is a little more of a signage. In fact, it's a signage also of that unity between the county and the city of St. George by naming it George Washington Boulevard. It connects the entire county. So this statue is the prominent feature of this triangle. It allows it to be kind of a landmark for the name of the road. It's symbolic, it's patriotic, but it also allows us to even venture a little bit into some of our more local history and heritage that's being eroded as alfalfa fields become subdivisions. So I think there are some areas in there to do some sandstones, some monuments, some other things to talk about the settling of the Washington Fields, why it's called the Washington Fields, so I think this could be a really nice, monument type landscaped area. I think it falls well short of a park, but a monument type area that is frankly almost in the center of our county and right on the border of the two cities. So I think it's fantastic that there's the participation from the three entities in it.
And this is, like I said, this is just a conceptual. I think as we looked at it, we walked it and measured out and got together and talked through it and tried to figure it out. And then John is so talented, he put this together and just got it to me this morning. But certainly without the reflection pools, I mean, I think those are, and it would be a neat thing because it'd tie everything together with the temple site too. But
So let's talk about that for just a second, if you don't mind. So I'm trying to recall, do we have ordinance in place where we don't allow like water features? Or I know that the Conservancy District has guidelines that the size, I understand the look. I totally understand that you want to lead by example. I just am wondering if we can't do water, then maybe have them look at maybe some kind of a metallic tile or some kind of a tile that maybe would look or reflect or do what you're trying to do. But I just wonder what that I understand, but have we told developments that they can't have?
Yeah, that is district guideline now, and so it's by virtue part of our ordinance.
I think
so
what it
there
is
is limitation.
25 square feet. I think it's 25 square
So
feet of
5 by
surface.
5 is what
Yeah,
the
which is just
recommendation is.
teeny,
Yeah.
and these are certainly, I think these are 8 feet by, they're probably
Yeah.
16 or, anyway, so they are bigger size, but
Councilman,
again, we save money if we don't have them in there.
in Washington City Code 8-9-4-1 construction standards, the statement is outdoor or exterior pools, fountains, or decorative water features that do not use secondary water are prohibited as part of any non-residential landscape plan, except as considered by the city council for consumptive effect on potable water supplies, and if approved by the city council as permitted exception. So the answer is yes, the city council adopted a city law that disallows them, but gave the city council the opportunity to create an exception.
Well, I think that that's great information. I appreciate that, but I do concur with Councilman Coates. It would be hard for us to have us allowed to do something that we would allow any other citizen or resident or visitor to do. So, but I do think there's some good options to create the same look that
We
what
could
we're
make
after.
it look just like that without the water and certainly save some money doing that.
Thank you, Barry. If you'll stay close, Mr. Anderson, Jerry, would you come forward and just talk a little bit about your inspiration for this, where you are in the process, and your thoughts on kind of the idea of displaying it here in this context?
Okay. Well, how this whole thing happened is, you remember Glenn Beck on television, and he was a brilliant man. He came out and he said he would like to build those buildings, the back east that they have, that shows all of the, and so he wanted the statue out there. Well, and so I talked to him with his big hand. He's a big man. I talked to him and he said, well, he didn't say much. I said, why don't you come out to the gallery and see what I'm doing, and we'll make you that bronze statue. Well, what happened is he never did come out. And then we raised a lot of money for him, and he was gone. But the thing is, I thought, well, you know what, I can do that George Washington statue on my own. Might be my last one. And so I went ahead and did it, did all the research and everything, and I just lived with it for a while. This was about a year ago. And then, let's see, Stuckey Farms out there wanted to do the same thing that Glenn Beck was doing out in Hurricane. And I thought, well, it's better in Washington, being named after George Washington. And anyway, so that's how it happened. And then I thought, well, Richard Whitehead has been selling a lot of work for me through the years, a lot, and I appreciate that. And Carmen Snow also works on persuading maybe you to go ahead with the purchase of the statue in that beautiful place over there.
Persuading is an understatement.
Yeah. Well, they're two good people to have. They should be sitting on your board. But the thing is, that's it. And it took it took 4 months to finish the statue in clay. It took 500 pounds of clay. And right now it's up at the foundry being cast, and it'll take them until, I think, September 1st to get it finished. It'll be ready by September 1st. When you want it is whenever you want it. I mean, it'll be out at my place for a while. But anyway, I appreciate what you're doing for the city. I've watched you grow, and I've watched some beautiful things happen. And this might be the finishing touches for me. I'm getting old. I'll be 91 in January. And so, with that said, do you have any questions?
Council, questions for Mr. Anderson?
I just want to say that your work is inspirational to me. I have absolutely zero artistic ability, but I can appreciate.
Well, thank you.
And this captures, I think, not only our county name, our city name, and our friendship with our neighbors, but it really just tells a story from how our country was originally founded and the perseverance that it's taken from then to get to where we're at today. So no, I just appreciate your work, and you've always been a great support to our city and to our county, and I just appreciate that.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whitehead, would you come and just spend a minute or two talking about your involvement in this? Commissioner Snow, you're on deck.
Well, I'm a strong supporter of Jerry's work. I love his work. I always have. We've done a lot of things together. Years back, we had a gallery over at where the golf course is,
Sun River maybe, or
no, over on the west side of St. George. What's that called? Sunbrook. Yeah. Before there was anything there, there's a little shopping center there, and we had a little gallery there together. And I became very involved in his work, and I've shown his pieces all around the country as I've gone to. My background is in dentistry, oral surgery, and when we'd meet with the California Dental Association and others, I'd take some of Jerry's pieces, and they were excited to have them, the smaller pieces, and we've helped him on some of the others. I pound clay for him. That's my art talent. But I think this is really a significant piece, and I think it needs to be here. Maybe the county commissioner will remind you, but if not, I will, that I think 1 year ago, on the 23rd of June, they named Washington County as America's County. And I think that's really significant, and other significant things that are happening in Washington County or Liberty Village. Some of you have heard about that. You'll hear more about that, I'm sure, over the next couple of years. But it's been exciting to see that. I'm not part of the woke movement. I'm more part of the history movement, I guess. And
You fit in just fine here.
I really love Jerry's work. I have, and help him with many of his things. We're just good friends. We love getting together and do things. But I think this is going to be a significant thing for the two cities and the counties to join together on. I couldn't pick a more perfect place for it to be than the place that you've suggested. So thanks again. If you have any questions I can answer, I'll be glad to. I just want you to know I'm a strong supporter. I swam in the boilers when I was a boy with my clothes on. Anyway, we just had a lot of great friends from Washington City, and the great things that you've done. It's just wonderful what's happened here in this city. And so thank you all for your service. I served on the city council at St. George for a while. And so I know that you get some fun things that come along, and you get some things that you kind of wish didn't come along, and you see some different kind of points of view, almost into blows, I suppose, when people come and propose different things to you. So I congratulate all of you on your positions as part of the Washington City Council. From what I know, you work together very, very well, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to just say thank you.
We appreciate you, and thank you for your coordinating much of this behind the scenes. It wouldn't have happened. It's not happening without you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, talk to us about America's birthday, and talk to us about when we might be able to dedicate the statue.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So the 250th birthday of America is obviously 4th of July, 2026. So we're rapidly approaching 2 years until that day. The 250th birthday of the shot heard around the world is April 19th, 2025. And so America 250 has a committee that Congress put together, and some funding and some things that they're doing to try and build a birthday party. I wasn't alive for the bicentennial, but I heard it was a great party. We have heard that there's people around the country that are wondering whether we should celebrate the 250th birthday of America. And if so, is America worth celebrating? And if so, whose story do we tell? Do we tell the slavery story? Do we tell the Native American story? Do we tell the women's story? I say it's the 4th of July. It's the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We celebrate the founding of America and the Declaration of Independence and the founding fathers and those patriots that started this country. And I think it's a ridiculous, asinine question as to think whose birthday should we celebrate. It seems pretty self-explanatory. This goes great with that. We love that we're Washington County. We love that it's Washington City, my maternal homeland, on my dad's grandmother's side, who is a Turner here. I think the location is awesome. The county likes to participate with things. As you know, we don't have a parks department. We don't do a lot of the things that you do. So we like to support cities when they do them with some funding. This is the purpose of the RAP tax, things like this, to help contribute for that, which is up on the ballot again this year. But there is some funding in that direction that the county would likely be able to commit, as well as possibly some other funding sources that we could look at from our portion. And so we love it that cities are willing to take on this. This is what citizens need. I like Councilman Ivy. I have zero artistic talent. But
That all resides in Councilman Henderson with this buy. It's been proven, it's been voted on.
You say it was voted on. Those
was all
rogue
voted
votes.
on.
Those are rogue votes. I mean,
His ego doesn't need any more stimulus.
We don't want to make the commissioner stressed out about
Those were
election
never
integrity.
verified, we don't
Yeah,
know what he was
we're
doing over there.
I want to see the votes, right?
I just don't believe it, I think there's some ballot whatever's happening on.
Yeah, vote harvesting on the art. So yeah, we thank you for both cities being willing to jump into this. This is what citizens like, right? They want a place to go. They want a beautiful place that enhances their community. It honestly enhances all of the home values and the livability and what makes it such an amazing place to be. Are little things like this around in our neighborhoods, and so that's why we want to participate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman Hughes, would you like to add a little bit to this? We can't let you get too comfortable back there, and we do want to say thank you. This is we worked on this for a long time on this road in this area.
Yeah, clear back when we decided on the name, I was involved in that, and I was a little hesitant on that name.
I was twisting your arm so hard,
Yeah.
I'm glad it's still attached.
Yeah, but I think it's worked out really well. And if there's anything I do like to do, it's make a meeting a little longer for you guys, so you can enjoy that. But no, just real briefly, we're glad to be involved in this project. I mean, how can you go wrong with George Washington, the father of our country? He's, it's pretty hard to find offense there, or it's equally offensive to everyone. I don't know, just depending on how you look at that. But we're happy to be involved in that. We're glad it's going to be able to be seen from the road, and it's going to be in a little park that can be enjoyed. So yeah, thank you. And anytime we can get involved in the project to get some money out of the county, we're all in. So thank you guys, appreciate it. So.
Mayor, I would really appreciate Councilman Hughes and Commissioner coming and working as partners. I think one of the biggest things that I hear a lot is the past councils had a hard time working together, the past commissioners, but we're all in a community together, and I always love to see when we get together and we work together to do, these are small things, right? We can fight over the big things. At least we can agree on the small things. And I just love that we can do these things because we are a community. There's not very many people that know where the boundaries are. So I'm glad we can do these kind of things and work together, especially on a boundary between St. George and us and being in the county all together. So thank you. And will you please send that back to your groups as well, that we appreciate it.
Perfect. Well said, Councilman. Stay here for just a minute, and then we'll go to the next item. But still on RAP tax funding. So the council budgeted for this without seeing it. I promised we would bring it back, which we did tonight. They also budgeted for another project, which are 3 paintings by who I would say is a contemporary of Jerry Anderson. Jerry Anderson on the sculptor side. I think his contemporary locally would be Del Parson on the painting side. And so we're honored to have these 2 great men, these great artists, showing their talent, telling our story in our community. Steve, if you'll go to that next slide. You've heard me talk at length about the renovation of the old gym behind the 2-story sandstone schoolhouse. And go back to that first one there. Stay at that first one. There you go. It's 100 years exactly that the old gym addition was built onto the back. And some have heard me tell the story. If you haven't, talk to me for more than 5 minutes and I'll probably I'll settle into that story. But that addition was built by the participation of the entire community, each either paying or signing promissory notes to pay back to the Bank of St. George, which was the only bank in town, but the Bank of St. George wouldn't take individual promissory notes. So 3 community members stepped forward and mortgaged their livelihood to entrusting the community residents so that this could be built as a place for the community to gather and as a place that would benefit our youth. And really, it kind of launched not only our recreation programs, but also kind of something we've always been proud of, is that heritage and our commitment to youth. This particular individual's name is Miller Iverson. Miller Iverson, it wouldn't have happened without him. He was the 3rd one. And he had a big family and a large farm, and he wasn't a man of many words. In fact, I don't think he said many at all. But when he recognized, when the other 2 individuals came to him and pleaded with him to mortgage his farm, and when he understood that it was for the youth, he agreed to be that 3rd signer and guarantee all of those notes. These were the painting or the pictures that we were able to find of Miller. And the first painting being done by Del Parson is the one on this next slide. Steve, go to the next slide. Next slide, there you go. And then zoom in on the painting to the left, the small one. I want that one big, not Calvin. I want this, the one that small needs to be big. I'm testing you. While he works on that, the picture of Miller pushing the plow in his onion patch in his garden with the sandstone behind it, that is the actual painting that's being done right now. That is the progress that he's made. There was a black and white photo of him with his head down, with, humbly plowing his onion. Probably, those are probably those yellow Weaver onions. And so he took that in just his authentic style, with the cowboy hat, with the long mustache, with the coveralls. And I think he just really captures the integrity of a man, a few words, but a really big heart. So his story would be memorialized in this. And I didn't let Carmen see that because I think Carmen has a little bit of Iverson in her blood too. So just a little bit. Just, counsel, your thoughts on this picture so far?
I really like it a lot, Mayor. It kind of captures Washington City culture and spirit and history just all in one picture. And I'll have to say that guy has a fantastic mustache. It is epic.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Great looking guy, great looking mustache, and great representation of Washington City.
And so Del sends his regrets. He was not able to make it today. He had a prior appointment that was important, but he offered to bring this over, and I said, just a picture of the painting would be great. So this is the first one. This is Miller's story. Go to that next one, Steve. This next picture is going to be of Calvin Hall. At the time, he was the bishop, and he worked with Arthur Paxman, who at the time was the mayor. They collectively agreed that they needed something to help the youth. And so that was part of that collaboration with, incidentally, the school district. And so Arthur was one of the driving forces and one of the 3 that mortgaged their property as well. Del has some ideas on what the painting of Calvin Hall might be, but I think in the background of that one might be the old kind of not necessarily 2-story, but 2-door English style church that was originally built here that's no longer here. I think that'll probably be in the background, and just in listening to Del gathering inspiration, I think it's likely that Bishop Hall or Calvin Hall will have his arm around a youth, kind of looking at that. And that was part of that collaboration. He was very instrumental. He also served the city as well. And then go to that last third picture. This third one is of Arthur Paxman, who just was so resilient in bringing this project about. We've had projects that we've just had to stick with, and so I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do with Arthur, but if it looks as good as the one that Miller has, then I think all of these three, and then really their story and the community story can continue to be told. That's all I have. We've appreciate your trust and confidence in allocating some RAP funding to Mr. Parson also to bring his talent and his work into our project that is now officially underway and hopefully to be done by the end of the year.
Mayor,
Thoughts?
I remember when you told us the story that you just shared so eloquently, but you mentioned that some of the people in early Washington was concerned about the direction of the youth.
That's exactly.
So they knew that they needed a place for them to play and to work out their energies. And I would just submit that we're there again today. We need to make sure that we always provide these things for our youth. And no, I appreciate that story. I had never heard that until you told it. And it's inspirational. You think of what it would take today for me to go mortgage what I have for a community hall. That kind of is symbolic of a commitment that these not just these gentlemen, but these families made for their community.
Well said, Councilman. Other thoughts, feedback, council, any? Just kind of last word on this old gym remodel. It's going to be really nice. We're going to preserve it. It's on a lava rock foundation, sandstone structure, quarried here locally. It was the gym. It was the amusement hall, as they called it. It was the community center. It was where the stage and so many parties and gatherings happened for 75 years. And I think similar to the boilers, for the last 25 years or so, it fell into disrepair. It was forgotten about. So in a similar vein to the restoration of the boilers, I think the old gym remodel, 100 years to the year, I think is very fitting. And so I hope that you're pleased with the money that you've allocated. I know I am. Okay, if there's not any further comment, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your support of these items. And don't feel obligated in any way to stay longer. Except for Councilman Coates says that Councilman Hughes needs to stay, but I think he's halfway out the door already. Okay. Next item, Dogtown Half Marathon, Tess Prisby. Come on forward, Tess. And she reached out to me on the heels of the committee meeting after our last Dogtown Half, which we're calling Dogtown Half again. That committee had some feedback, and she wanted to bounce that off me. I said, bring it to the council. Go ahead, Tess.
Sweet. So after that meeting, so the Dogtown Half traditionally runs through Washington down 300, kind of wraps around Staley Farms, and then goes on 3650. As we all know, with the expanding city and residents, that route's getting harder and harder to continue to use, as well as very hard on staff, mainly police and public works. And so we came up kind of with a new race route. And what it does is it more utilizes our trails instead of our streets. And just kind of briefly talking with Corey and Waylon, they kind of mentioned that it would significantly cut back their need for staff, probably about 60%. And so that's really huge. So the route, I believe it was.
Steve, can you pull up the route? It's linked into the memo that Tess put in the council packet.
So the main difference is it still starts up on the old highway out in Hurricane, right by the Walmart Distribution Center. Still continues on making a right on, I believe it's Foothill Road. Yeah, Foothills. And then it goes through Coral Canyon, and where it differs is it cuts up to Heritage Park and starts on our trail system right at that point. From there, it will continue onto our trail system all the way up to Highland Park. At that point, it will cross over Telegraph and then run around that new subdivision called The Views, and then back down Telegraph. Corey had
So
mentioned.
it kind of does a figure 8 along that perimeter, and we know that perimeter very well. We've all been very involved with and it couldn't be a prettier, I mean, up on that vista, it's so pretty.
For sure. It will be very pretty, as well as with the at the mileage point that they cross Telegraph. It will help police officers. They had to cross Telegraph before, and it used to be right at the other entrance into the lower Coral Canyon neighborhood, and then they would run down Telegraph, hook onto the dump road, and then continue on city
Which won't
property.
permanently, I don't know that we're gonna keep that name dump road forever.
Is that what it's actually called? I was like, I don't know. what the
Landfill
actual-
Road.
Landfill Road, sorry.
Which isn't any better, but if,
I think it's a great name. It lets you know where you're going.
but you need to know context. He chairs the solid waste committee, okay?
Keep it forever.
1 of 5 votes here.
And so then it will end at Sullivan Park. So Sullivan Park provides a very nice venue with parking, as well as, it's one of our largest parks for parking and just kind of the area that way. It also provides us to do the 5K route right at Sullivan Park instead of making Public Works cone off the 5K route, which goes around Staley Farms. So a lot of thought has really gone into this about how to make it the most efficient for especially our police officers and our Public Works. They do a lot for us. And so, yeah, questions?
Well, you didn't make it an easy route. I mean, that's some steep climbs, up and down.
Yeah, so so Map My Run is what was used to kind of map the run. And so there is one climb that's considered climb rated. The rest of the course isn't even, it's not steep enough to be considered a climb, and it is the lowest climb rated.
You buying that?
I'm not buying it. I've ran it before. It goes like this, and then goes like this, and then goes like this. So I wonder how the race community will like it or not like it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like, it's never been an easy course anyways, right? Like, we always had tough sections of that race course. I'm just curious how people will like it or not. I love that we got it on more trails. I think it's great. The one concern I have is that we have to watch our programming at Sullivan Soccer Park for other events that day, because that's one of the concerns is that we used to run through Sullivan and there was other events going on, and then it affects it. So that day we have to plan accordingly. We can't schedule 4 soccer games fields fully.
so,
Oh, Barry's got it.
well, yeah. So with this, there's a change of date. It would move to the weekend before. So Sullivan Park doesn't open to, the soccer tournaments that you see in February. So this would be the last Saturday in January. So the park would be able to be used just for this.
That competes with St. George's half marathon, right?
That I believe,
Is that the mid of January?
I don't remember when that one is, but when we chose this new route, we stickered out all of the current routes with St. George, and it doesn't compete.
Okay, theirs is just end of January sometimes, so as long as you've worked on that, then that's good.
So I think it's instructive when she talks about it takes 25 police officers and 6 public works employees to do our current route. So you're 31 employees, and a lot of that has come with just the growth. We just have so many more subdivisions and so many more roads that we have to block off in order to do the route. So it's significant if we can find another route. I'm not running it either way, Councilman, so up and down doesn't seem to matter for me. But.
Well done, Tess. Very helpful. Council, your feedback. I know some of you are runners up here. I'm looking primarily for your feedback. Some of them would prefer a motorcycle, but
My running experience tells me that this is a great route. I approve it 100%.
Awesome.
The jury's out for me, and I hope it's a fun course, so.
thank you for all the work and the thoughtfulness you put into this. Appreciate all you do, Tess. Thank you. Next item is a presentation by an update from Shelley Candelaria. She is the victim advocate, and this is for a requirement for the VOCA grant. Welcome, Shelley. It's good to see you again.
Hi, thanks for having me back. So I'm going to give you just an update on the numbers since the last time that we met. I have served 41 VOCA clients and helped with approximately 163 services for those clients. And then I've also helped 31 non-VOCA clients with 115 services. So that's in the past 3 months. Our officers have responded to 75 family fights and 25 calls for stalking and harassment. So, and then out of all of that, I've helped with 31 protective orders. So those are the numbers for the last 3 months. I said it last time, we do have the best police department. I truly believe that. And I just wanted to tell you guys a story. One of my clients, she has since moved, but she had moved to Hurricane months ago, but I kept seeing her coming up in our reports over and over, sometimes 3 times a week. So I called her and I said, you know, what's going on? Why, first of all, you've moved, but did you move back or what? And she said, no, because she would be involved in self-destructive behavior, not like breaking into anything or anything like that. But she said, no, it's just that your officers actually care about me, so I go down there when I'm gonna be self-destructive. And I was like, okay, that's good, but how about we try to find more healthy ways? And she said, but they're the only ones who actually care about me. And I said, I believe that, but how do you know that? And she said, because they don't get paid enough to fake it. I said, well, yeah, okay. They do actually care about you. And they would come in and ask me, like, have you talked to her lately? How is she doing? Just following up, not even for their reports or anything like that. So they truly care, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. That's it.
What you do matters. You're helping everyone else. How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
I am.
It's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And you feel supported?
Absolutely. Yeah. So.
Questions, comments, council?
So VOCA is Victims of Crime Assistance, correct?
Victims of Crime Act, yes.
Victims
So
Crime
it's-
Act, which
yeah.
results in assistance of some sort. So just want to remind you that we have a great organization here in town that's represented here. And just know that we appreciate what you do. I know that we work closely with you at the Dove Center and continuing for those needed services, but I appreciate what you do and appreciate what I hear, such positive, feedback from our representatives at our Washington City Police Department. We appreciate each one there and everything that they do, so.
They work hard at what they do and they love what they do, and it shows. So.
Any questions for the advocate or any other comments? Thank you, Shelley.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Thank you for doing this. How often do we get to see you?
So in another 3 months.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
Great. We'll be closer and closer friends. Okay, the last item, we'll take the last 30 minutes on this item. I was speaking with Paul and Blake and asking them to give some updates on some of the street projects that are underway. And so I'd like to invite them to come forward now and give you the update, council, on these projects, and then answer any questions, take any feedback that you have. Blake Fonsbeck, Public Works Director, Paul Mogul, City Engineer.
Sit down. Sorry.
No, don't get too comfortable, Paul.
We're going to kind of tag team this. And we put this, Paul put this slide show together. And basically, we're kind of wanted to, again, like you were saying, give you some updates. A lot of things are happening. It's a lot of growth and very busy. And we're looking at some of those things. And I wanted you to really, all of you, to understand some of the things that we're planning that are to help with this growth and pressures that we're feeling in some of those projects. So let's go ahead. Oh, I can do this. Hey, get the right one anyway. Hey, there we go. So kind of what we kind of wanted to do, we've got a few things, if we can kind of go through these, and then if you have questions on any of them, we can kind of go back to that and stuff, but we just wanted to make sure that we kind of get through them. These are things that we're planning, we're putting together, we've designed, all those kind of things. So it's important to be able to get through all of them. But the widening of Buena Vista, about a year and a half ago, we came to the council and presented some, this was one of the ones that the council was in favor of. And that was, part of that was to take out the median that was on Green Spring and Buena Vista to make more room there. It was very narrow in that section and as traffic was increasing. So we did do that last summer with our streets department and took that out. And then we began to plan and design this project of widening Buena Vista. It's like on Red Hills Parkway, but then matching into Buena Vista, as well as some intersection improvements at on Green Spring at that same location as well. So it's out actually to bid right now. Bids are due Tuesday, July 2nd. And so this is kind of what we're looking at here. We have acquired the property where that basically the grass section is right there in front of the gas station on Green Spring. And so we're going to put in a right turn lane there, dedicated right turn lane. And then as you look up, you see 5 lanes across right at the front. We'll continue those 5 lanes all the way back until they get to the border of St. George. So you'll have a 5-lane traffic coming all the way through. And then additionally, we'll be adding a right turn lane off the Red Hills Parkway onto Green Spring there, so that you still have the 5 lanes coming straight through, but then also have that turn lane as well, so to help with traffic. So here's the kind of the drawing. You've got the 5-lane proposed there, the right turn lane. We will have to, the right turn lane on Green Spring, that traffic signal will have to be moved back and extended in that sense. The one on the other side, there's just enough room for that one, so to get that right turn in. So this project, we put this in front. We heard that there was some money available with the MPO. One of the other projects that St. George had programmed wasn't going to be able to happen. And we were just starting with this, and so we applied for money for this, and we were able to get $890,000 towards this $950,000 project. So we did good in getting that, and then the MPO has been very supportive of this. Really feels like it has regional significance in the way of moving traffic around in that area. It's a very tight area anyway. So there's that project. That will be, once that's bid, we'll go through the process, and so probably start construction on that this fall. We did kind of extend that out. It could actually go a little bit later. We allowed them to be able to go. It might be more winter time when they're actually doing some of this work, but we're allowing the contractor kind of a larger window so that we can maybe get some better prices. So, considering Main Street's exit, we were looking at that. And we were saying, you know what, we just don't know exactly what's going to happen. When that opens up, where's that traffic going to go and what's going to happen and what kind of things can we do near term that will help with that and to prepare for that opening. So we again went to the MPO. They had some money for studies, and so we went and were able to get $22,000 from them. And then we put in another $8,000 to do a study to see what kind of things we needed to improve in the near term, and then is there something we need to do further on with that. So we were just concerned, as you have that traffic coming off, is there a way that they can kind of project a little bit of where our pinch points are? And so some of those recommendations, the near term ones, are to modify the left turn from Main Street onto Telegraph. It's very short right now, doesn't have a lot of stacking room. And once you bring one semi off of that exit, you're going to have no stacking room on that, and it'll break off into that. So that was one of the things. And then the other one was to put in a right turn pocket at 300 East at Telegraph and 300 East intersection to help as people are coming up wanting to get over to that exit. They can have a dedicated left, straight through, so they could possibly go straight through the light and then filter over to Main Street, and then be able to make right turns without that.
So just, and I'm confident you know, but for those listening, I think what Blake, you're talking about, there you go, there's the.
Yeah, so here's the first one, with the left turn pocket at Main Street and Telegraph. The shaded gray that's just to the right of the paint striping, that's currently the floodway area there that takes in the stormwater. This would be filled in, would have a great area there, similar to what they have in places on Flood Street in St. George, where the water will still be able to get in there and drain away, but it will add this longer left turn lane. And then for currently, while we're still just not sure about that crosswalk and that, we would just do striping right now is the cheapest way to really do that until we really get that figured out as far as whether that crosswalk stays for a while or.
That's the existing crosswalk?
That's the existing crosswalk. Yeah, it's kind of strange the way it angles across and everything, but it was to kind of leave a place that, to keep people out of that, and then still define the left turn lane onto First North as well.
I think we should look and see if we even want to have that, because we have a signalized intersection to the south and a crosswalk to the north. I mean, I understand that's for convenience, but safety-wise, I think that would hurt us once the interchange opens.
Yeah, I agree with that. If we can remove it, we'd be happy to, and
We talked about it just this week. The problem, I think it was a concession, a political concession by the city council for the patrons that use the chapel, but eventually that may not be necessary. So that's why we talked about just striping it instead of building any sort of permanent structure there.
So it's a little more than a political concession. The LDS Church utilizes that grocery store to meet their legal parking requirements, and so it was a concession to the LDS Church's patrons, who, many of whom have to park on that side of the road to attend services on Sunday.
When I said political, I mean they could walk up to the crosswalk or down to the crosswalk. The political concession was a mid-block crooked crosswalk that probably doesn't meet any official standards. So I wasn't trying to be disparaging, but.
So Blake, before we move on from the crosswalk, I'm trying to remember if there's anything that designates a crosswalk in the middle of the block. I know that that's not typical, but is there any signage that, it could be a little confusing where there's one on the corner and then there's one there for drivers.
There can be, you can increase to different levels. You can sign it. You can have some places the state's allowed, and we allow, some places they allow the flagging, and those flags are really frustrating because the kids love to put them all
They're all on the other side.
Or take them, but they can be done. It's something where we just, at this point in time, we're trying to just continue with the striping does designate it. It's probably only used at low traffic times generally, but I don't know, with the exit, that could change and change by.
Have we had any trouble there?
Not that I am aware of. We weren't aware of any issues. That it's mostly used on Sunday morning, and roads are fairly quiet then, but this exit could change that. And so that's one of the things that was in the study, was that it's hard to crystal ball exactly what people are going to do. And so we will probably end up doing another study in about a year or so as we see the traffic patterns kind of solidify a little bit, and that will have some additional recommendations probably with it, to do more things. And this could be one of those where it says this has got to go, and we really have to do something with that. So, and then the next slide. There we go. Whoop. Apparently, a little impatient there. go back to the right turn pocket. So this is on 300. 300's at the top. We do own this property, and was purchased for the reason of putting in a right turn lane there. It's fairly designed. This isn't 100% designed, but it's close in that sense. So this is what we're looking at there to accommodate so that we have that straight through lane that can move traffic and through light on Third, and then you may end up with some people filtering off over to Main Street to get to that. So that's what we're suggesting right now with the Main Street study. Some of the other things that we had it look at was Main Street coming down on our transportation master plan. It shows Main Street actually coming down and tying over into First and having a connection there. And that currently the traffic didn't show that, but it could change as we really see what happens with that. So it is something that we continue to look at and watch.
So it was a great job getting funding on the Green Spring and Great Cliffs Drive. That was very good getting that. Is there any funding that has already been figured into our budget, capital or otherwise, on these suggestions that you're making today?
These ones, there was not the funding that would be available. I mean, we can look at some of those, but it's far out. The one way we were able to have the project, we were working on it, and funding came up and moved around because somebody dropped out. So we certainly, there possibly could be something like that, and we have them designed enough that we could tie into that, and we'll watch that very carefully. But for the most part, we do have these ones funded with that. Then we also have been looking at, there's been a lot of talk over the years that we needed a light at traffic signal up at the Washington Parkway roundabout, and that we should change that. We did do hired Brooks to take a look at this and see when this, because when I came in, I've been here almost 2 years, but everybody's telling me that, hey, that roundabout's about to fail. It's just not going to work anymore. And so we had them take a look at it. And as they looked at that, found out that we actually, the roundabout doesn't fail until about 2042. And so 2032, it works great. It's still working good, but at 2042, then it starts to fail. So we said, well, okay, well, what kind of things could we do? Because there are some issues with things. Is there something we could do with it right now that we could make it just work better and actually define what was going on? And so they looked at several different things. There were some very drastic measures that we could do to it, and then there were some simple ones that we could do with some striping to really improve the roundabout and improve the traffic flow. And so that's in design right now, and this is what we've come up with. They came up with anyway, is that we restripe in the sense and really sign it clearly, help people start to understand that, hey, if I want to go through over to this side, I get into this lane before I get to the roundabout. If I want to do this, I get into that lane. And then you have kind of the center, if you look at the top and the bottom and top and that, you start to say, okay, only one car cuts through that top part, and then you've got lanes on the sides through Grapevine Crossing and over to 1100 East that narrow down to being, okay, I'm going to be in this lane to go. And so you kind of reduce some of those conflicts of people that are just cutting across lanes. And so what we are looking at is a much cleaner version, looking at keeping these lines really painted quite often so that everyone can see them well, and then the signage. And then just to show you.
Blake, can I ask you a question? I apologize before you go on. So did SS4A do any type analysis on this intersection?
They did. The injuries in the SS4A was specifically, I'm glad you brought that up. We've been going to some of those meetings, and they brought this one up. They brought up all the intersections, and and they did rankings. If just for information, Green Springs, that ended up being number 15, 15 worst in the area. For high injury, high impact injuries and that. So then this roundabout actually ranked at 145. So it's definitely not reached an area. Yes, it does have, in a roundabout, you can tend to have some little side swipes and little fender benders, but they're usually not injuries. There's very few injuries in that sense. And, whoa, we got things. It's not me. I'm not pushing the button. But anyway, they determined that actually a roundabout in this is one of the tools to improve some of those high injury intersections where you have a traffic signal and you end up having those side swipes and the T-bones. That's where you have the high injuries and the problems. So let's, we have this little video that shows at 2032. Let's see, I don't see how to make it go. Do you know, Steve, can you make it? There we go. So you can see as at 2032, you've got the traffic still moving through. This is not the exact, this is the older one, isn't it? Yeah, this is the older, without the striping, the current striping that we are moving forward to. And wow, but anyway, you can see that the traffic, it can move well. It does have it just doesn't have the brightest yellow striping that it had on there before, but this was shown that it will work well. Now, anytime huge development on either side, that could change that. But for now, we feel like the best use of our money, rather than a $1.2 million to $1.5 million project of putting this into a regular intersection, spending on the striping is probably the best use of our money at this time, and it for something that works, and it works for a period of time. So just kind of wanted to dispel some of those beliefs that I've heard words like it's a death trap and things like that. But when we look at the data, there's fender benders, things like that. But if you go down to the intersection of Telegraph and Washington Parkway, there's a lot more accidents there, and there's fair amount of the same accidents, same number, but when you look at the injuries and the other damage that way, it's a lot higher down there. So those T-bone, those intersections where you have cars coming in at 90 degrees, that's a big problem. So anyway, that's what we're going to work on. What we're trying to do is line up with a company that's doing some microsurfacing or something, because the best thing we can do is it needs microsurfacing, and so to microsurface it, and then we'll actually then put the painting on so it'll really stand out really well. We want it to just be very visible so people get really used to it over a period of time. So we have the two traffic signals that we did talk about and were approved by the council. Those are under construction right now. They're going very well. Just wanted to give you a quick little synopsis that they are moving along well. The one on Telegraph and 1100 East, they've got the poles are there. They're starting to put those up. And so that should be going fairly quickly. And then the one on George Washington Boulevard, 240 West, are just finishing up some underground work. And then we have the poles in stock. So those were some of the things we were worried about, is will the supply issues get into the way? And we have everything. So things will go by quickly, and the plan is that will be done before school gets going. So it should be very helpful. That was kind of a rush. We had to throw that in quickly, and we were able to do that. So. I'm going to turn this over to Paul because he's been going to these meetings.
So the 3650 South interchange, should be done next month. We're shooting for a couple weeks. We'll say the end of July. there's just an overview of that. And then right now they have traffic diverted onto the new bridge. So before we were going off on the ramp, but now traffic is staying on the Southern Parkway and you go across that new bridge. They've gone through and have completed almost everything on there. They're on the ramps. They've now closed those off. There's some soft spot repairs they got to do. If you remember driving on the south end of the one ramp, there's a little bit of a dip and they're repairing that. That's due to soft spots in there. So anyway, they're going through, finishing up some of that stuff. So they should be done here in a couple weeks. And so there's just another picture of it when they were pouring the deck. They are pouring those sleeper slabs.
Mentioned they will have to come back in the fall to do seeding, so it'll be substantially complete, it'll be opened up, but then it'll still have to come back in the fall to do seeding.
To do what?
Seeding.
Talk about that?
Along the slopes to help with,
Oh, some
erosion
vegetation,
and all
okay.
that stuff.
I wonder, yeah, okay.
UDOT has a specification that it can't be done
Okay.
in the summer,
Gotcha.
which is probably a good point.
That makes sense. I hadn't heard it called like that before.
Yeah. So, and then just real quickly going over the funding for that. So the MPO come up with roughly about $7 million. It was $6,954,942 if you want to get exact.
But I'm just an engineer, about.
Right. So the MPO come up with 7 million. The state legislature come up with 2.5 million. I know Jordan Hess was very involved and very helped us get that $2.5 million, and then the city were coming up with the rest, which is about $3.3 million. So 7 million from the MPO, 2.5 from the state legislature, and then 3.5 of our own funds for that. So just gives you an idea of where that money's coming from. And then the last one is the I-15 Main Street interchange. The project's anticipated to be completed around the end of the year. And just, these pictures were taken the end of November, or not end of November, end of April. And so, we've all driven through it and we've seen that it's a little bit different.
This is more historical and reminiscent.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 2 months ago. It's historic.
Exactly. So, construction's still going on that. It's going well. They're, shooting to have that thing done by the end of the month. Underneath the new structure, traffic is open and flowing without any stops. So, and there's some other pictures from construction there, and and that's it.
I just was gonna say a little bit just with our, that we didn't put on here, but our Washington Fields Road, the sewer projects began first of the week. And I just
That's an
wanted to-
upsizing
That's
and
upsizing the sewer through there, connecting it into the sewer that we've already put in, upsized through the Heritage area, and then it will go around the corner and it will start where the Heritage development ends and go to 20 East.
along 2000 South.
Along 2000 South. So it'll move around the corner, but the extent of where it is now on Washington Fields, that's starting. They're going along, getting a good start at it. The traffic control has been working. I've been through that intersection. I am not following the advice of using alternate routes just because I want to see how well.
How soon do you think they'll be off Washington Fields Road and onto 2000 South?
On their schedule, they've said that they have 30 to 35 days that it's going to take them.
On that section?
On that section,
Okay.
and then they'll.
Through July, okay.
Yeah, so through July.
Can I make one recommendation? So
Sure.
it hasn't been as flawless for me, but as you're heading south, if someone tries to turn left on Washington Dam Road, it just backs up. Like as soon as we can get a left turn lane or
So
something.
the way we set that up, but they have to come from that way to that intersection, and that's how they're hauling the dirt out. So until they're done, we won't have any extra room.
I just, if you
But what
could.
we did is just so you know, we went 30 seconds on that going south. We gave them 30 seconds of free left, free straight through either way. Then it goes to then it's yield, and you need to yield so the other side, then after that 30 seconds, the other side coming north goes to 2 minutes, and you've got 2 minutes of both directions. And then we gave another 30 seconds on this going south, so they could still, if there was somebody stuck there, they could do that. So there's times that it works great, other times it's a little tight, and that, but it's kind of.
And I've only been through it a couple times, and there was just that, I literally was like, and this lady in nonstop traffic, she couldn't turn, like, and we just backed and backed and backed and backed up. And
But when it hits that 2 minute mark, then it gives the 30 seconds more of clear out time. And then on Washington Dam Road, if there's no cars there, it's a 20-second time just to allow things to clear out. And then, but if there's cars there, it's a 2 minute time frame on that. And so we've kind of done it. It seems, I've been through it probably about every hour and a half, 2 hours going through. And sometimes you hit it great, and other times you got a couple of times you have to wait. But ultimately, I think what happens is most people, we actually kept it back from view rather than going right up to the intersection as well, just so that, one, it would provide room for trucks to turn if they were there, but also, it's like if you aren't sure what the other side's doing, you're more careful to stop and wait, versus saying, oh, I'm just gonna go, I don't see anybody. So that's helping with that. But you do have, I got stuck there with the left turn because the person had blown through the lights on the northbound and blocked, and then they couldn't see the light change for them to go green. So they just sat there, and we're all like at a standoff trying to decide who can go. And then finally they win. But anyway, but yeah, we're doing, I commend.
I'm going to excuse Councilman Coates and Councilman Nelson just at the end. They've got some commitments with the youth council. Thanks, guys. I know you're
so thank
going to be cutting a little bit close.
And that's really all we have.
Mayor, one question.
Councilman Ivey has a question.
I realize our time is short, Mayor, so I just wanted to mention, there was one segment, 15 in the report that got my attention regarding Green Spring on Telegraph to 200 West. And that one, they discussed some of the concerns there, and they also, what intrigued me is they talked about some grants that are available for these troubled areas, so we can do not only studies, but help in implementing those changes. So just maybe the next report, maybe just discuss a little bit about what you see for that segment, which, you know, we understand it's busiest intersection probably definitely in the southern part of the state. But I know that the SS4A is a great program that really gives you some really good partners to work with to assess problems and find a way to get forward, and appreciate the report tonight. You guys do a great job in keeping us safe, and it's been very inspiring or helpful to me to understand that they study traffic patterns, they study crashes, it's not just you do these things that are the tried and true to help keep our community safe, and I appreciate that. Look, every opportunity we have going forward to those means.
Thank you. Anything else?
Excellent points. Appreciate you both. Thank you. It's very informative.
Thank you.
5:29. We made it with 1 minute to spare. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and we'll reconvene for our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. Okay, we'll get started momentarily. Thank you all for being here tonight. You know, this is one of my favorite nights. The youth council always classes up the place a little bit, but we have a good time here. Today is Wednesday, June 26th. We are in the council chamber of Washington City Hall for our regular meeting. This is the meeting where we vote and take action on business that is done within the public eye. I direct the meeting, and my goal is to never have to vote again. The council does all the voting. They do a great job. But you'll have to just put up with me directing the meeting. Our meetings are also broadcast live on our YouTube station. It can be linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings. You can watch those in real time. They're also archived for later viewing. Also, if you go to our city website, you can go through the agenda and you can link to each individual agenda item if there's something that interests you, and it will show you the actual footage of that item. Before we get started, or as we get started, I would like to thank the Interfaith Council for their continued service in starting our council meetings off with prayer, and would welcome Deanna Martin of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and invite her to come forward at this time. Sister Martin, thank you for being here.
And as a member of the Interfaith Council, would just like to say thank you for the opportunity for all of us to come and say a prayer for the council. Please join me in prayer. Father in heaven, we thank thee for this beautiful day that we have. We come before thee with gratitude for this wonderful country that we live in, for this wonderful community that we live in. We thank thee for these good people who serve us in this community in elected positions, and pray for them and their families, that they'll be blessed for their efforts. We pray that thou will bless them with open minds and with wisdom and with all those things they need to have, and with empathy to make choices that will benefit all. We pray for rain for this dry country, and we give thee thanks for all the many blessings thou bestows upon us. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you. I've invited Councilman Kurt Ivey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, council, I don't believe we'll have need to go to closed session this evening. So at this time, I'll turn to you for an approval of the agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
Second. Have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We'll move on to announcements. I have two dates that may be of interest. Tomorrow, June 27th, at 8 a.m. at Dixie Technical College. That's up on Tech Ridge in St. George. The Washington County Mayors Association is hosting a forum with respect to housing and housing affordability within the county. And so the local mayors will be sharing information that cities, information about actions that the cities have taken and are taking to do their part in addressing the role of attainable housing. We're hopeful that the rising generation may be able to have the same blessing of home ownership that we have. And so we are communicating clearly what we can do and what the building community can expect from us. Another date I'd like you to keep on your calendar is July 4th. I think that's a Thursday of next week. That is Independence Day. And traditionally in Washington City, that is celebrated at Veterans Park, and that is led by the Lions Club. These events will sound familiar. We kick it off at 7 a.m. with pancakes, eggs, and sausage breakfast right out here at the pavilion. It's worth getting up early. In fact, early is better because it's going to be hot on the 4th. At 8 a.m., we'll bring in some live music. At 9 a.m., they have a traditional Lions Club auction. At 9:30, there's a kids carnival with the barrel train rides and more activities. I'm confident the youth council will be there serving as in years past. A lot of booths and a lot of fun. And then at 10 a.m. is when they start the foot races, and lunch begins being served with burgers and stuff off the grill. So that's a great way to come in. And then we just stay there until it gets too hot to stand it anymore. And then we go swim or get inside with some AC. So those are the two calendar events I have. Council, did I miss anything? Great. At this time, under announcements still, I have a couple of dear friends that I've invited to come this evening and just share a little bit. The first is Miss Stephanie Carter. She is the executive director of Juneteenth. She is also the chair of the Utah Black Chamber of Commerce. Her friends affectionately call her Peanut Butter. And offline, I highly recommend talking to her and getting the full story on that. I've invited her to come and give us an update on this past year's Juneteenth event. I think it's the third, maybe fourth year that it's been celebrated here at Veterans Park. Come tell us about Juneteenth, come tell us about the Chamber, and come tell us about how we can continue to support this wonderful event that celebrates emancipation. Miss Stephanie Carter, yes, right here up to the microphone.
So.
And then if you'll speak to us, because you're recorded, and then they can.
Okay, so good evening. So thank you for the invitation. I feel very honored to be in your presence, Washington City Council and Mayor Staley. Yes, I'm affectionately called Peanut Butter, and I have some cards over there. We can talk later. I also was taught that you don't come to anyone's home and not bring something. So the youth, Washington City Youth Council are passing out information about Juneteenth. This is our third year doing Juneteenth since the inception of the holiday, national observance of the holiday. And this year we had over 100. Last year we had close to 200. So it varies a little bit, but we always have people to come out, new faces. And so if you're not familiar with Juneteenth, this information that I've passed out is Juneteenth is a combination of June and 19th. And so it was June 19th of 1865 that it was enforced. Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. However, yes, he signed the Emancipation Proclamation. However, the declaration that went out was not enforced until 2.5 years later that actually General Gordon Granger enforced it with a few 2,000 or plus troops behind them to say, no, it is now time to free those who've been enslaved. Galveston, Texas is where it happened. And so henceforth, in present day, we now, or many now have a paid holiday off. I know it's a little bit of slow coming to implement that in workplaces. However, we're going to do more work around that awareness. So what does it feel like, or what is the significance, or why do we even have it? It is a time here in Washington City that people come out just as we do Cotton Days, Peach Days, Swiss Days. It's a time for family to commune. It's a time for games and good food, and we don't let you leave hungry, okay? So when it comes to a cultural perspective, this is Washington City, Washington County. If Mayor Staley asked me what's the vision, the vision is that this is the culminating event, just like any of the ones that we celebrate here in Washington County. Not necessarily just one city, but as a collective. The sentiment that I've gotten behind it, we've also had a business lunch and learn so people can come closer. Business leaders, those who hold companies to ask the questions that you may not, that you may be having or pondering, but to come closer to have those questions answered. And how do you apply this in your workplace? From the Utah Black Chamber perspective, just got a couple notes here. For those who you don't know, our headquarters is in Salt Lake. However, the premise is north, south, east, and west, so that we're covering across the state. And so I have the pleasure for the last 3 years as well, being the board chair. And so the Utah Black Chamber's mission is that we support the prosperity of our members and advocate for economic diversity and inclusion for Black businesses and corporations within the state of Utah, because we also contribute to the ecosystem, the economic ecosystem. And some people say, do you have to be Black to be a part of Black Chamber? No, what you have to be is willing to be inclusive and understand diversity and how we all bring things to the table, which is what our Lunch and Learn allowed. Over 50 people in it were in attendance and had information about Juneteenth, and then also more information about why the holiday is in present day, why the holiday is here. What I like to see is, when we're there, I was blessed. I say blessed, if that's okay. We did pray, so it's okay. I was blessed to have Mayor Staley and other members of the council there last year. My ask would be that we always have some representation and support from the day of the event, as well as the city. It sets a precedence. Sets a precedence that we are a community that's growing. We know that Southern Utah last year was #1. We're #3 now. And all the dynamics of the different restaurants that are coming here. What else? One of the things that I would like to do is have more youth present, as well as JROTC coming forth. So there is a presentation, because we also open with prayer and those different things about culture, as well as next year we will also have our inaugural Miss Juneteenth Utah pageant.
Cool.
So, what else did I want to tell you? But as we talked about before, like the history and the civil rights or Civil War and the historical event where we co-share our American history. And so June 19th is not only for those who were enslaved or African Americans, but it's also a precedence of where we're a community and how do we move forward and apply those principles that were once denied into our space. Some of the activities we were thinking, maybe next year, maybe dunk a mayor. I don't know if you're available.
I would recommend dunk the mayor pro tem. I think.
But what we really want is not only to be in presence of community that we're growing, but also understanding how we pass the batons on to our youth and how to make things better here. So I hope that throughout the year, we do have a social media page, which would be Juneteenth Southern Utah, where people can find more information, because I know that's one of the things, like, where can I find this information? And then there'll be things throughout the year to just also acclimate and not just have that one time, but opportunities for a call to action for businesses and those in the community who want to participate in their own special way.
Stephanie.
Yes, sir.
I love everything that you just said. This is critical knowledge for us to have, and I'm hopeful that this community will continue to understand Juneteenth and embrace it.
Yes.
It's American history. It's who we are. And so I just really appreciate it. And I can tell you from my standpoint, I'm committed to continue to supporting Juneteenth right here. I would send that invitation out to our youth council to be there and support. And if it takes me being dunked, I would be happy for that to happen, just to make sure that we have that community support, that you feel support and that you deserve and that the community deserves.
Yes, and I will say that I do feel supported by Washington City, and the response that we've had around Southern Utah has been receptive. But I'm not just going to say you. I want you to bring friends with you.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be before the City Council to even talk about Juneteenth. As a member of the community, I've been here 10 years. My parents have retired here and been here 20, and I've raised my children in Washington County and in the schools, as well as been a teacher in it. So I'm not just here for being peanut butter. I'm actually here because I contribute to the community in which I serve, and this has just been my calling.
You are woven right into the fabric with the rest of us,
Thank you
and
so
we
much.
love it. Council comments, questions for Ms. Carter?
Thank you. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into the community, and thank you for coming here tonight and giving us a briefing on it. So, appreciate it.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good stuff. And I'm excited to bring the dunking booth.
Oh, you
back.
have one. I'm not surprised.
We haven't had that for a while, so
Yes.
let's get the
Thank you,
dunking booth
Mr.
back.
Council Member. Yes, I like that. I just want to also ask one thing. If anybody know what a bone is or a domino? Anybody know how to slap a bone, domino, play dominoes? What about a spade? Okay, so even that's open. So we have activities for both the young and the young at heart. Okay, yes. I see that. I won't be recorded. I won't say 3 funky ladies and a dog, but slap those bones. But that's anyway. It's a good time, and hopefully for those who know what dominoes is, you want to know dominoes? Anyway, we'll find more out of. But it's about that, remembering when things were simple. Remembering you just were human and you followed, what family or whatever it is. But it's that you wanted to feel like a family reunion where you get to come back to this space and remember and learn something.
All of that, and what I remember about this Juneteenth celebration is it felt like a picnic in the park. It felt like a family barbecue.
And that's what you want.
Yeah.
And I will tell you too that the vendors who were there, it was diverse. We had Zion National Park, we had Zion Forever Project. And if you all are not familiar with ZIP, which is Zion International, they do all the cultural exchange with China. So when we talk about diversity, or if you have a business that are wanting to be diverse or put it in a space to reach people that you may not have, also IHC has been a part of it where we can bring resources to the community. So
You're wonderful. Thank you, Stephanie.
thank you.
And I'm hopeful that you'll have the opportunity to be in front of other councils throughout the
Yes.
county.
I have Mr. Henderson, I have Mr. Red. We can have a friendly tournament. So whatever you can do to assist me in getting in front of more councils.
We'll do it.
Then I'll be very, very helpful.
You know I
'Cause
will.
I'm only one person, but I need friends.
Yep. Let's
Yes.
do it.
Thank
Thanks
you.
again. Thanks for making time to be here tonight.
Absolutely. I'm honored. So thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right. Okay, one more announcement, and then we'll get on along with the business of the night. But our Washington City Arts Council, I see 3 members here, and I believe it was Mr. Todd Prince that drew the straw to present to the council. Todd, it's good to see you again. Come talk to us about what you have in mind for us, and maybe at the end of the day, somebody will be able to get bragging rights over Councilman Henderson if I know which way you're going on this.
Yes. So my name's Todd Prince. I'm the large events chair for the Washington City Arts Council. And this September 27th, 28th, again, we have our All About Art Festival taking place. Last year, we had about 40 artists attend and about 5 art organizations and about that many food vendors as well. This year so far, we have over 60 artists that have applied, so it is growing and expanding. We'll have live music both days as well as painting demonstrations taking place. And once again, we would like to invite the mayor and city council and the city manager, if Jeremy wants to do it, to participate in a paint night and produce an original painting for us. And then during the festival, we would auction it off to support a charity of your choice. We would just need to know a preference of a charity. We could do the Dove Center again, which we did last year, or if you have another organization, just let us know what your preference is and we'll take care of it. As for the date of a paint night, we were thinking sometime during the week of September 9th through the 14th, so a couple weeks before the event. So if you would like to discuss it amongst yourselves and get back with us with a day and time, just let us know. We'll arrange to have mentor artists there to assist you. We'll have all the supplies ready to go. If that particular week doesn't work for you, just give us a date and we'll make the arrangements on our end and make it work for you. As far as the paintings are concerned, if there are particular subjects that are important to you that you would like to do, just let us know what those are. You can send us a photograph. If you want to sketch it ahead of time, we can get you the canvas to do that. So you can try your hand at that, or we can have the sketch ready to go and you can put the color to it. It's completely up to you. We will do what you want to do for us. So that's about it. What questions do you have for me?
Jeremy was just saying that he wants to join the competition so it could be more competitive for Council Henderson. So if we can make that happen, that would be great.
I'm fully ready to defend my title. They do call me an artiste.
That's a
I would be afraid to win against this group. I'd be afraid of retribution, so
Are you a budding artist? No.
But he is a budding golfer.
Now someone, I wasn't here, I wasn't involved with it last year, but someone painted a car. Who was that? Yeah, you did that yourself, didn't you?
It was the obvious winner, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. There was a mountain piece that I thought was.
It was a ridge line of Pine Valley.
So
Yeah. I've been thinking about this year's offering, so it won't be a car, it won't be my Camaro again, but we'll come up with something.
So is there someone in the city offices I should coordinate with? You.
Tara Penn, city
Oh, Tara.
recorder.
Okay.
She's the only one that could possibly keep this group in line.
Okay, so as far as
And finding that date might be more challenging than you think, but we will work towards that. We have written down September 9th through the 14th. We will do our very best to find the night.
Okay, so I'll just communicate with
Maybe on a
Tara.
night that Councilman Henderson is busy and the rest of us are free.
All right. We were thinking probably over at the Relief Society Hall.
Love that space. Yep.
Okay.
That's a perfect place for it.
All right, so if you're game, we'll get it arranged and we'll look forward to it.
Thanks, Todd.
So,
Appreciate all you guys are
Thank you for
doing.
your time. Appreciate it.
See you. Okay, that's it for announcements. Now we'll move on to declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Council, is there anything to declare this evening?
Yeah, Mayor, I've been working with the applicant. I actually am the applicant on item 8A because I've been working with the dealership over there. So just for the nature that I've been part of the process, I'm going to step off the council for that one.
Perfect. So declaring and abstaining from vote on that one. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. Anything else?
Yeah, Mayor, item 11C.
Okay.
The firm I work for produced the exhibits, but I'm not going to step off. I'm going to still vote on that.
Thank you for declaring, and I wouldn't let you step off on that anyway. I mean, I couldn't stop you, but I would recommend you stay. Anything else? Great. We'll move on to the next item of business, which is the Youth Council. And after this item, most of this crowd will be gone, which is sad, but that's okay. Carmen Snow, will you come forward and introduce and help facilitate the oath of office for the incoming Washington City Youth Council members?
Thank you. I'm Carmen Snow, the advisor, starting our 14th year. So we're pretty excited about that. I want to thank Mayor Chris Staley and the City Council and Manager Jeremy for letting us take this time to have our youth installed. We have 9 new youth this year, and they're really excited. We're so thrilled to have them. We have Troy Belliston is our City Council advisor. Tess Prisbree. Yeah, stand up, Tess. She's the assistant advisor. And so it's going to be I'm just learning how to say her name correctly. Did I do good, Tess? But the youth I'm still having trouble with, so I apologize for that. But we just came back from our meet and greet with the parents, and it was very fun to take them to the Covington home, show them the Covington home, tell them the history of the home, and tell them how important history is to our youth here. And Stephanie, are you still here? Did Stephanie leave? I think that's wonderful, and we're going to put that on our calendar, June 19th, because I think that's very important to be a part of that. So to begin with, I just want to tell you what our theme is this year. And I love the theme, and I think it's one that we all need to put in our minds, and that's called Dare to Lead. And I think it's really important. I'm going to make really great leaders out of this group. And we've had so many great leaders that have come out in the past. And so that's our theme, is Dare to Lead. So it's going to be a great ride. Troy told me it was, so he's excited about it. Right, Troy? Yes, may I have faith? Okay, so I'm going to introduce the new 9 members, and I'm going to have them come up front. And when I introduce them, I want their parents to stand, if they will stand. And I'm going to introduce them too, because I think they are such an important part of our youth council. I made them find out about that tonight, that they also joined the youth council. So, but we have to excuse a few of them. But first of all, Ellie Engelbright and her mother Jennifer, and I don't know if her dad Josh is here. Is Jennifer? If you kids could, okay, you come up front here. Okay. Next, we have Morgan Sucker. Sucker. Oh, Morgan, I said it right, didn't I, in the meeting, didn't I? Okay, who threw me off? Troy threw me off, didn't he?
I usually blame it on Troy as well, but no, I don't. I blame it on somebody else.
I'm sorry,
Councilman.
over at Covington, so.
And Whitney, if you'll turn around, face the people. I'd love you to face them. And then we also have Morgan Suker, and their mother is Corrine. Oh no, excuse me, is Kim Suker. Kim, can you stand? Kim, okay.
And Dad's here.
And Dad, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff. Right here. There's Jeff. So there's Jeff. We're excited to have him on board. Next, we have Quentin Entz.
And did you want Morgan Suker as well, sisters?
Well, did Morgan come up?
Morgan and Whitney.
Whitney. Okay, we're sorry. It's been a long day.
Sisters.
First
year sisters.
It is the first year sisters. It really is. And we didn't even realize it. Is that crazy? And that's what's so fun. But we're tickled.
The last name should have given it away.
It should have given it around, but we've got 2 Adams. We've got 2 of we've always had 2 of everything usually. So that doesn't do that, you guys. Don't make me look so stupid. No. But next we have Wyatt James Higgins, and there's only one. There's no brother, and his mother is Melissa, and his dad's Nicholas. Nicholas. There's Nicholas. There's Wyatt. Poor Wyatt. I handed him Jade's shirt to put on, and it went to his knees, and Jade put on Wyatt's, and it went clear up here. But they figured it out.
Got it sorted out. Good.
Okay. Next we have Jade Heffley, and his mother is Christy, and his father is Ryan. Can you please stand, Christy? There she is. And is it your father-in-law? Has been our Santa Claus every year at the Covington home, and he is now 90 years old. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? We just found that out today because we were concerned. So it's exciting. The next one's, let's see, have I missed anybody? No. Wyatt Raleigh Coates. Now, if I said that wrong, Craig, that's Craig's son.
You got it right.
I got it right, thank you.
Raleigh Coates. Yeah.
Craig, can you please stand? You're the father of Riley Coates. Riley is excused tonight. He's our football player, and he's at a football camp, right? Is that where he is tonight? And then we also have Taylor Jack Hughes, and his brother Tyrell is here. Tyrell? Okay. Jack's not here. And then, but is your mom and dad here? Is your mom here? Okay. All right. But they were excused. And
your uncle was here earlier.
Now think about that. That's 2 brothers.
Yeah, your uncle.
We've got 2 sisters and we've got 2 brothers. So that's interesting. So here we go again. We've got we have had 3 of the children of Corrine and Andrew Hench, and now we've got Quentin Hench. So now that's 4.
4. And a brother and sister.
Yeah, that's what I said. We had the 3, and now we've got 4. Yeah. Can you come up? Where is he? Is he already come up? Is his dad stand? There's his father. And he's put up with us for this many years, Andrew.
And mom can't get out of standing up.
Is Corrine there? Oh, I didn't see. Okay. Okay. Anyway, I want you to give them a hand. They are so incredible. We are so excited about them. Have I got Ellie up here? Yeah. Oh, who? Brinley's not here. Brinley McDonald. She is excused. She's What is it that your daughters do today? What's it called?
Governor's Honors Academy.
And so
at
that's
SUU.
really, really wonderful that they're at that Governor's Honors Academy. And her parents are Josh and Jennifer Engelbright. And so right now, if I'll have Tara come up and install them, then afterwards we'd like to have a group picture with this council and then have the youth council come up.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay,
Thank you, Carmen.
Discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. And I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Let's get a picture with the youth council in front and the council behind.
Now, if you wouldn't mind excusing us, that would be great.
Just before I excuse the youth council and those here in support, just let me express my appreciation to those of you who have been serving and just let those of you coming on, and now you've already been to a few events. This is a great opportunity. You could not have a better mentor than Carmen. She will teach you things about yourself that you couldn't learn anywhere else. And you're vital. Your attendance and your participation in the events and in the service of this community, they will be foundational to everything you do in your life. And so just enjoy these moments, enjoy the friendships, participate, make every effort to be there, to be involved. Make sure you plan around being to the annual trip to the legislature. These are just great opportunities, and it goes by too fast. You know, I was talking, I see these new youth council members, and then I see some families, you know, like the Henches, this is their fourth child being on this. And I see just generationally what this does. And you guys are the best of the best. This is high quality, and we know you're busy, we know you're involved, but please make the youth council a priority. And then when you're rich and famous and successful, just attribute it all back to your parents and to your upbringing in Washington City. And on that, I'll excuse you all. Thank you. Well, not all of you who came with the youth council. Okay, while they're filing out, the next item of business is a planning commission appointment. Item 5A is consideration to confirm the appointment of members to the planning commission. Council, I reached out to you by email this week and asked you to reach back out to me with any concerns, and I just heard support for that. So at this time, as Planning Commission member and current chair, Jason Hansen, his second term, 6 years are coming to a close. We'll thank him for his service, and I would present to you the name of Cody Mitchell to move from an alternate into a voting member of the Planning Commission, and would look for a motion and a vote on that recommendation to you.
So made.
Second, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Belliston, second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved unanimously.
Mayor, may I say a word?
Please.
So I just want to appreciate Jason Hansen for being on the Planning Commission. I had the opportunity to serve with him when I was on Planning Commission for about a year, and he's always been a stand-up guy, and I always appreciate everything he's done for us, and the service he's given has been great for the city. So I just want to tell Jason publicly, we appreciate him.
Well said. I concur.
Likewise.
It's not an easy job, and especially serving as the chair. They vet a lot of the land use items that come to us, and even now are the authority on some items. Next item of business is item 5B. This is consideration to confirm the appointment of the Planning Commission chair. This individual is who I've had in mind for some time. In consultation with council members and staff, it was unanimous that Pete Bullock would be the individual that would be prepared to chair the Planning Commission. And turn to you at this time, council, for a motion and a vote on that.
Mayor, I can, go ahead.
Mayor, so moved on that one.
A motion by Councilman Henderson. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
And a second by Councilman Ivey. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilman Henderson. I know that for us, it's every other Wednesday night. For you, it's almost every Wednesday night. So appreciate your support with the Planning Commission there on that assignment.
You bet. It's a great assignment. Our planning commission does a great job, and we're gonna miss Jason. He's really good at what he's done, and he's really served the city well. And I'm excited for Pete to take over that position. Pete's just a good, solid individual. He's got amazing common sense, and so it's a perfect fit for Pete. So.
Thank you. Well said. At this time, we'll move to item 6, consent agenda, consisting of 6A, approval of minutes, 6AI, consideration to approve the minutes from City Council meeting 5/22/24, 6B, board audit report, 6BI, consideration to approve the board audit report from May 2024. If there's not any items to pull or have brief clarification, I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Item 7, award of bid. 7A, consideration to award a bid for construction of the Covington Home parking lot project to Site Work Excavation in the amount of $241,150.50. Leisure Services Director Barry Blake will present to the council and answer any questions you may have on this item. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had a bid opening on June 13th of this year. Staff recommends the award of the contract to Site Work Excavating, as they were the lowest reasonable, responsible bidder in the amount of $241,150.50. This project is accounted for in our 2024-25 budget, and it's within that, this award's within that budget amount, so that's our recommendation.
Hey, Barry, did we, I never saw a site plan or anything like that. I mean, did
Yeah,
we
we've-
ever have that, or?
Yeah, it's been a long time ago.
Last time?
Last year, before you were. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I missed it. All right, it's all good.
Sorry, it was right before.
It's the
I
old,
was just looking for it in the packet, so.
So Barry, the only question I have for you, if you're comfortable with the price based on the next one's $100,000
We are. We looked at everything, went over everything. We actually called on references and they were all great. There was no problem with anything that we called this is not a really difficult, project. It's really pretty simple for us to stay on top of and make sure it's done right. So we'll make sure it turns out good.
You know, as all of us, that Covington Home's special to us, so we want to make sure that's quality work. And your team is great, and they'll be all over it. So thank you, Barry.
You'll be out there when they're laying asphalt?
We'll be there.
Okay.
Barry, where's site work Barry, where's site work located? You know where
They're in what's the address? It's in Washington. They're
It's
here.
a Washington
They're-
business,
yeah,
right?
they're local.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, Sand Hill Drive or something down there, right here.
It's Site Work is the company. So Mayor, if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, one sec, Barry, will you just, for the benefit of those in attendance, will you just talk a little bit about where this is and the cost of the property?
Yeah, so the cost of the property didn't cost us anything. That's a plus.
Say that a little more clear, please, because that's why I asked the question.
The property was donated to us by a great man,
Roy Nyson.
Roy Nyson. And so we've been working on trying to get that property forever, and it was kind of given to his family for an inheritance. And then one day he came to me and said, you know, I've got a plan to make sure you get that. And so he did, and we appreciate it. Great man. He's been a great supporter of the city, and they wanted that to be improved so that it would make the Covington Home more available and things could take place there instead of having people parking on the streets, you know, overabundantly. And so that's what we're planning on doing. We have some great plans to do some mirror events and other events and open it up to the city to use that home and those grounds more, and as part of a great place in our city. So that's our plan.
It's a special historic place, as was mentioned, and it's working out exactly how it ought to be. Councilman Coates, I'm ready for that motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve I had it up. Sorry. Make a motion that we approve the bid award for the parking lot for the Covington Home to Site Work for the fee of $241,150.50.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Do I have a second by Councilman Belliston?
Second, yep.
Let's go roll call on this one. Let's start with Belliston. Councilman Belliston?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy? Aye. Casperson?
Aye.
The award, that bid is awarded unanimously to Site Work Excavating in the amount of $241,150.50. Thank you, Barry.
much.
How soon are we gonna get going on this?
We'll get the contracts.
too hot to
I've
lay
got the
asphalt right
paperwork
now?
Ready to go. It's a 90-day build, so it's a 3-month. So we'll be opening that up sometime the
Great.
first part of October.
When you get that on my desk, I'll sign it and I won't be the holdup on it,
We'll
okay?
have it this week. And then if you want to see Councilman Belliston, I've got.
Yeah, I
that.
was
I'll
just
sit down
curious
Okay.
what improvements we're going in, all of that, but it's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, well done. Item 8, conditional use permit. Excuse Councilman Belliston on this item. Item 8A is consideration to approve conditional use permit C-24-07 for a remodel of Zion Harley Davidson located at 2345 North Coral Canyon Boulevard. City Planner Eldon Gibbs is going to present to the council on this. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to give the existing building a facelift. The new exterior finishes will enhance the look of the Zion Harley Davidson business by updating the building with modern finishes and colors. The update will include painting the trim and canopies a dark gray color, painting the accent walls beige and black, installing a metal copper paneling, and also extending the existing canopy with post and beam as shown in the exhibit. There are no other external changes being made at this time. Staff has reviewed the proposed project and finds that it meets the intent of the PCD commercial use regulations. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on June 5th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of C-24-07, allowing for the new exterior finishes to the current and existing Zion Harley-Davidson business, and that's located at 2345 North Coral Canyon Boulevard, with the findings and conditions outlined in the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
What questions do you have for the city planner? You have any questions for the applicant? Councilman Henderson.
I was just gonna say, it looks like a really nice upgrade. How long has that building been there? Has it been 20 years?
Troy Bellison. So it was originally built in 2004. It was too small then, so they did an addition in 2008. In the entire time that we've had Zion Harley over there, they've been a dealership, but they've never been they call it a full point dealership. It means that, you know, you're a quarter point if you got a service department, you got a quarter point for this or this and that. But this brings it up to the full point status with Harley. It's their current prototypical designs that they're pushing out. There is one maybe small change, Drew, if you can, first the front elevation. Yeah, that one right there, the canopy that's there, the lattice work that's built out, there's a setback issue right there. So that's probably gonna have to be eliminated off of that elevation. And then if you go a couple more to the back, Nick, one more, next one, right there. So that orange with the Harley symbol that's on that corner, that actually would be on the northeast corner of that building. And if you go by it, there's a sign there, and you almost don't see it because the trees that are in the UDOT right of way. And so they like to move that element to the southeast corner, facing more south-southeast, so maybe it gets a little bit more visibility coming from that direction, but it would just be those couple of minor tweaks. It wouldn't materially change the elevations. And really, the reason for bringing in this is because it was approved on a conditional use permit with the elevations back in 04 and 08. And so now that they're changing the elevations, just like we updated with Discount Tire, we're updating the CUP for this project.
Nice, looks good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, council, you've heard from staff, you've heard from the applicant, you've heard a few minor changes that were described. I look for further discussion and or motion to approve with the changes as indicated by the applicant.
Mayor, I can make that motion if there's no more discussion. I'd like to make a motion to approve a conditional use permit, C-24-07, for a remodel of Zion Harley-Davidson located 2345 North Coral Canyon Boulevard.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
We have a second by Councilman Henderson. We'll go roll call, starting with Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously, 4-0. Next item, item 9 is ordinance. 9A, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-24-02, revising the current design standards of the PUDR located at 500 West, 115 North, applicant Turner Rockworth Apartments LLC. Once again, City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council.
On May 25th, 2022, City Council approved the zone change for this property. Since this approval, the applicant has encountered a few delays such as flood mapping, market changes, and increased interest rates. With this, the applicant has revised the site layout and is asking for approval of the new design at this time. The density is not changing. The density will remain the same at 180 units, covering an area of 11.22 acres. This is a density of 16 units per acre and is broken down with 54 one-bedroom units, 96 two-bedroom units, and 33 bedroom units. The layout of the buildings are more efficient as the building count has been reduced by 3 buildings, with the new total building count being 7. This reduction puts more distance between the buildings, providing more open space in the development. The surrounding zone is open space to the north, R16 to the east, R3 and C2 to the south and west. Required parking for this development is 389 parking spaces. Parking has increased by 43 spaces since the previous approval and includes a total of 419 parking spaces, which is 30 over the required amount. Parking is broken down as 47 garage stalls, 99 covered stalls, and 273 open stalls. Amenities for the development include a pool and clubhouse area, dog park, pickleball and basketball court, playground and grass area, along with direct access to a future city trail system. There will also be a 6-foot block wall around the entire development as shown on the plan. Proposed building height is 36 feet 8 inches tall. Staff is supportive of the project at this location with the exterior finishes, building layout, and overall design of the project being adequate. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on June 5th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-24-02 for the proposed PUDR multi-family development design standard zone change, and that's based on the findings and conditions in your report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, what interaction do you have? Questions do you have?
I remember the project from last time. My only question is on the conditions. It said that a street light on Telegraph is going to be required at Warrant. I thought we talked about it being put in at the start, or as soon as the first CO of this building is what I remember. So I wanted to make sure that condition was updated if that's what the council wants. But I remember, because we're adding so much more traffic on that, it's already a tough intersection.
Yeah, I looked at those conditions. I'm happy to re-review them. I thought I copied and pasted what was discussed.
I just remember we talking about it. I'm sure it's right with what it ended up, but looking at it now, I think we should make sure that light's installed at the time, because we're adding all this additional density up in this area with a very tough intersection, which I'm sure it would meet warrants the day they open their doors. But with how long we know it takes to put in a street light in this town, it's kind of, I mean, it took us a year to get the last ones, right, that we needed. Just, we should plan ahead, I guess is what I'm saying.
The appropriate amount of time, but yes.
So I remember we had quite the discussion about parking stalls. I'm very happy that we're able to gain 30 more. That's very responsive on the applicant's part. We appreciate that. I would ask, and this is more of a legal question, but I understand warrants are in place so that we're within the guidelines from the state code regarding, we can't just go add or set. I would be interested to know whether we're required. I do think this is an intersection that definitely needs one. I just wonder what the law is as far as warrants go. Are we able to just say we want one, or does it need to meet the warrants in a study?
So traffic light warrants is not a legal topic that I'm very well versed on, but I've sat in enough council meetings over the decades that I think I can answer your questions. Warrants it's a standard within the traffic designer school of thought that tries to boil down the traffic counts and the busyness and the peak times and all of the attributes of a road and traffic just continuance to a metric that can be used to say, you know what, the warrants are high enough that there should be one here. There's no law that says if warrants are met, Washington City must install them. A good example is we've installed 2, we're in the process of installing 2 this year that will meet warrants someday, but probably don't right now, but we've elected to do it for other reasons. Is that not true?
No, that's not true. They meet warrants now. If I remember the discussion correctly, Councilman Coates is correct. The discussion was the day that this project is finished, it will meet warrants. So we could go ahead and start planning the project, get it ready, and as soon as we could stand those up and be ready to go.
Yeah,
So
I just want to
that
make
was the
sure we're
discussion,
not,
but
we open the doors, we have 100 residents in there, and then all of a sudden, we got to wait a year to get our streetlights, and we have problems.
But yeah, all of them meet warrants that we've.
I was referring to
Yeah,
the prior
I'll-
ones.
I'll give the applicant's representative a moment to talk.
This one has had density at this location previously, and the road is plenty busy that it's met warrant at that location for some time.
I think, I totally agree with that.
But yeah, I don't want the council to believe that meeting warrants requires that they install them. It's our city's practice to have the funding ready so that when a light meets warrants, we're able to order it up and get it installed.
Taking a proactive approach.
So our
We're
our
already
public works leaders want to install lights when the metrics indicate that warrants are met.
Council, further discussion, questions for staff before I give the applicant or the applicant's representative an opportunity?
Yeah, just one
Councilman Coates, what other
one more
questions do you
question
have?
there. They're paying for the light, right? That's what was in, okay. That's all.
Any other questions, comments from this end? Anything else here? All right, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative. I see someone here. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sarah Namelka. I'm with Rockworth Companies. So just to address the traffic, we have an agreement with the city already in place. So once the project is ready to go, happy to install that intersection as needed. And we already have a traffic study. Since the density hasn't changed, we don't intend to update the traffic study. We've been told it still is sufficient based off of this site plan, 180 units before. So that intersection is all teed up. We already have plans. The agreement is already in place with the city.
So do you see a concern with us adding the condition that the stoplight will be installed before the first CO on the building?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I should let you come up earlier.
Eh, it's okay. That's why I raised my hand.
I know.
But all good.
Now they got a process here. Council, any other questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative? Seeing none, I'm turning back to you now for further discussion and/or a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion for approval of a zone change Z-24-02, revising the current design standard of the PUDR located at 500 West, 115 North. Applicant Turner Rockworth Apartments with the findings conditions already provided, with the amendment to condition number 13 that it will be installed before the first CO is given, and condition number 14 that street light will be paid for by the developer.
And it being the street light in 13, yes?
Yes.
Great. Council, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Casperson is the second on that. Let's go roll call, starting with Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
That revision to the zone change, the ordinance is approved unanimously. Thank you. It looks like a great project, a great design, and we really appreciate you recognizing being out in front, working with the city on that traffic signal. Appreciate you guys. We'll now move on to item 10, resolution. 10A, this is consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City calendar year 2024. City Manager Jeremy Red will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I'm happy to spend as much or little time as the council would like on this item. I did do the property tax discussion presentation and I sent it out ahead of time. So similar to what you've seen each year, just let me know if you'd like me to walk through it. And I'm happy to do that. Maybe I'll just go really quickly for those in attendance. Everybody came to hear about property tax, so we don't want to disappoint anybody. But let's see if I can get this up. So this year, similar to other years, the certified tax rate is the rate that provides essentially the same property tax revenues for the city year after year. So as property values go up, the property tax rate falls. As property taxes fall, the property tax rate goes up. I think everybody understands that. The only thing that changes in that is the new growth. So any new properties, commercial or residential, that are added into our city add to our sales tax rate. Not sure why my screen looks like that, but So this year we had new growth, a couple interesting facts of $374 million, almost $375 million of new growth in our city, which I think is pretty interesting fact, all the new homes and businesses. So this year, the calculation, what they call the certified tax rate, which means the rate that keeps us revenue neutral, is 0.000762. That brings in an estimated 2024 property tax revenue of $4.5 million, just over $4.5 million. We talked a little bit about what does property tax rate fund. If we had a 2023 rates, I don't have all the new rates for 2024 yet, but if you had a home value of $550,000 and you were living in that home, so you had the 65% value of a owner occupied home, your total tax bill, property tax bill would be just over $2,000, $2,015.56. Of that, $158 goes to the county, $1,500 goes to the school district, $122 to the Water Conservancy District, $6.66 to the Mosquito Abatement District. Most of that goes to pay for our little calendars, so that's good. And then Washington City's portion of that is $223.84. So out of $2,000, the city's portion is just over $200, so about 10% of what you're actually paying. And then what's important to Dick and Laurie, Coral Canyon, if you were in the Coral Canyon Special Improvement District, then you would pay an additional $382.66 above and beyond your $200.
The days are numbered there.
$382.66 extra.
So when does that bond run out?
2027 is our final payment, so I think we'll collect the last tax bill in 2026.
Okay. You refinanced those back in 2017 or 2018 and actually reduced, I can't remember how many years, but it was 5 or 6 years of property tax collection on that.
That's correct. So the SID is similar to what we call PIDs now. It was a special improvement district, but the city runs that. The PIDs that are coming out now are not run by the city. They essentially work the same way, but we don't have any responsibility to set those rates or collect those taxes for those PIDs. But you can see that the Coral Canyon SID adds an extra property tax burden to certain residents, those who live in Coral Canyon. So that's the way that works, and they've done that for over 20 years. Any questions at all on property tax? So that the way that we set the property tax rates that you're voting on tonight are to keep everything revenue neutral. We do not have to go through truth and taxation. We're not increasing property tax revenues or rates. And then we set the Coral Canyon rate each year based on the amount of money that we need to collect from those residents in order to pay our bond for the year.
So Jeremy, just a question. So is 55% if it's your primary home?
Yes.
We have a lot of secondary homes in Washington. What is the rate that's paid because it's a second home? Is that 40?
They pay 100% of the taxable value.
100%, and then if it's a second home, they pay 100%.
If it's a second home, if you're renting it out, if it's a vacation rental, they all pay 100% of the value.
Mayor, I'd just like to share one thing, if I may, just for a second. As we consider property tax and sales tax and all those things, that helps to fund our general fund in the city and pay for public safety and some recreational infrastructure. It's always important to know how Washington City kind of stacks up against other cities around. And I've always thought it's interesting, if you take this home that Jeremy gave the example of having a home of value as a $550,000, $223 of that comes to Washington City, and how that would compare to other cities. Well, in our county, we're not in first place. Enterprise, I have a home there, and I can tell you what we have there for $2, I believe it's $220, and here we have a very good value here, having, paying that amount, having what we have here. But what's interesting, if you consider that we're the second lowest in Washington County, and Washington County is the lowest taxed county in the state of Utah, and Utah is the lowest taxed state in the union in the United States, then that puts us in a place where I think we all want to be. I think that this council, mayor, and staff is always very, very proactive in trying to spend money very well. We realize it's not ours, that it's hard-earned and it's given for a divine reason. But Mayor, it's always interesting to me because at some point, if it comes that we have to change this, we haven't done since, I don't think, the 90s, but if it ever comes that we ever need to or have to, then, that might come, but I'm just very proud of our city and the fact that we've been able to maintain a very low tax rate here in our city and provide the amenities that we have.
Thank you, Councilman. Further conversation?
Well, I just
Councilman
have a
Bellison?
quick question. When you mentioned the Coral Canyon Special Service District, you say you set that rate. So is that, because that rate, the repayment has been established for, years past, does that mean as the growth in Coral Canyon actually dilutes everybody's tax collection, correct?
That's correct. There's two things.
A little bit, anyway.
Yeah, every year isn't the exact same amount, so the payment changes each year, just the way that we refinanced. So we look at the amount we need to make that payment. But you're right, if we add, there's quite a bit of growth still happening in Coral Canyon. So every time new homes are added there, they get added to the tax rolls, and then it decreases the amount that everybody has to pay. So you're correct.
I think it's important to remember, and I know it's hard for Coral Canyon residents. My office in there, we help pay that too, That included your sewer lift station, the interchange, a lot of the main roadway, like that's what that's paying for, is that paying those off. And I think a lot of people forget about that. But you got to remember, Coral Canyon was out in the middle of nowhere 20 years ago compared to now it's all connected, right? So you forget, like, why are we paying this? But there was a reason why it was set up. I think it's critical you paid on 20-year ago money, not today's dollars, to build some of this stuff. And it's just kind of how it got set up. We pay it. I'm okay with it. But it's just one of those things I don't want people to forget, because people forget that the whole interchange was built off of that money too.
I could just a brief comment before I call for motion on this item. It's interesting, Jeremy used the term revenue neutral and explained that as the values of these homes increase, the tax rate decreases to keep that portion of property tax, that small portion, maybe close to, a little more than 10% of your total property tax bill coming to the city. But as you think about these home values increasing, you think about inflation within our society and the cost to provide police service and fire service and maintain our roads, et cetera. Essentially, each year, as far as spending value or spending power, the city gets less and less. So it does make it difficult for us to keep providing the services at the same high level with as the values of everything and the cost of everything rises, that rate decreases to where we're collecting essentially a fixed revenue on that property tax, but the costs that we're paying with that property tax revenue increase, which is one of the reasons why, why we can try to focus on sales tax revenue generated through economic development. But it's hard. We as cities try to balance our budget just like individuals and households. So our spending power is also dilutes a little bit every year. That's another way to put it. Anyway, Council, I'm looking for a motion to approve item 10A, which is a resolution saying the property tax levy for Washington City calendar year 2024 at 0.000762. Would anyone like to make that motion?
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. I believe we are starting with Council Member Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
That resolution has passed unanimously. Item 10B, consideration to approve a resolution stating the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for the calendar year 2024. Jeremy, what would you add to the presentation, and what is this rate?
I wouldn't have anything to add. I kind of did them both together, but the rate is included in the resolution.
Do we list the amount or the rate as listed in the resolution?
It would be the rate that you're setting, not the amount. So just trying to find it here.
It's 0.001145.
There you go.
Councilman Belliston, can you make that motion?
Sure. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for calendar year 2024 in the amount of .001145.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. Let's go roll call. We'll start with Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy. That is approved unanimously. Item 10C, consideration to approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2023-2024 fraud risk assessment. It doesn't get any more exciting than this. Finance Director Brian Brown, take it away. And we're glad you're on the mend. At least it appears you're on the mend.
Yeah, hopefully.
You have surgery?
The look of fear on your face when you dropped those papers was classic.
It's been a tough few weeks, but hopefully tomorrow I get my stitches out and I can walk again. But I crashed my mountain bike and I have 20 stitches in my legs, so. But anyways, we'll talk about the mayor and council, we'll talk about the fraud risk assessment tonight. This is an annual requirement by the state of Utah. They developed this a few years ago to limit the potential risk of fraud. And so every year we have to complete this form. And on this form, the higher you score, the better. So you can see the total points possible on the right, and if we accumulate those points on the left. So most of the points come from internal controls, and if we have policy set up for conflict of interest, ethics, reporting fraud and abuse, travel, and other items like that. And then the two items that we did not receive points on was for the CPA license or the CGFM license. And the other one was having every employee sign for the fraud risk, ethical, statement of ethical behavior. So that's 40 points, but like I said, the higher you score, the better, and if you score 350 or more, they consider that very low risk of fraud, and so we are at the 355 threshold, so we'd be considered low risk. This is one thing our finance team does take. We're always looking to how can we improve our internal controls. We review all credit cards, make sure we have all the receipts, because we want to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure we account for the city's funds properly and that everything's done properly. So this is a report we'll report to the state. Do you have any questions regarding the fraud risk assessment for me?
Seeing none, we'll thank you, Brian. Is there anything else you'd like to add to this?
No, that's everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, if there's not any discussion on this item, I'll look for a motion to approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2023-2024 fraud risk assessment.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution accepting fiscal year 2023-2024 fraud risk assessment.
I have a motion on the table by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's go roll call starting with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Coates. Aye. Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Thank you, Brian. Move on to the next section of the agenda, which is agreements. We have 3 of these to discuss. Item 11A, this is continuation of consideration to approve a development agreement with 2700 North Development Partners, Utah LLC, and CC Cypress LLC. You might remember them under the name of Elevate. City Attorney Thad Segmiller will continue leading this discussion and this item. Mr. Segmiller.
Again, Mayor, I'm going to ask that I might be able to remain here at the desks as
Sure.
I work on the multiple devices.
Sure,
And I'll
The council, remember that we went through this agreement line by line.
I'll let Steve know that
last time.
I'd like to broadcast to the.
And just for the applicant's representative, we'll make sure you have opportunity to speak as well.
Alrighty, council. Your packet has the updated draft of the agreement. I thought that it might be most useful to you to just walk through the red line, which is the comparison between the agreement you saw last meeting and the agreement that was written to incorporate your comments for this meeting.
Our packet has the redlined one?
You got the red line in your email today.
Yeah.
Your packet has the original produced for today. And so
Okay, thank
the
you.
red line we're gonna go through in this meeting and that you received is essentially the original in your packet, but with indications of what changes were made. Some of these, like this one, are just little formatting things that I cleaned up as I was working through the document. You'll recall on design guidelines, there's a little bit of discussion about what they had presented in their zoning, and you'll see some changes here added to acknowledge that the design guidelines were already presented, and essentially trying to just tie this development agreement to the zoning hearing and the representations made at that meeting. In 4.6.1, this was one of the paragraphs that had the language of work together in good faith. There's other language and technical details I put in here. I'll just read it. 4.6.1, the parties agree that during phase one of the residential apartments, developers shall construct to a state of graded in the road to the trailhead indicated in Exhibit B3, and developers shall finalize and complete the road and trailhead during phase two. The parties will negotiate and agree to terms for reimbursement of impact fees charged to developer for the trailhead indicated in Exhibit B3, if it is an impact fee eligible improvement. If such trailhead does not qualify for impact fees reimbursement, nothing in this provision obligates Washington City to credit or reimburse trailhead time, machinery and workman expenses, materials, or any associated cost to developer.
So Thad, I have a question for you on that.
Go ahead.
The trailhead is part of the PUD plan as an amenity for the area, correct?
That's my understanding.
So why do we have this in here? I mean, we have 3 trailheads. Just so the council knows, I would rather take it out. I don't think we should pay any impact fees. We already have 3 trailheads that we're building north of here. I don't think we need a 4th. And I thought it was an amenity. So why are we, it's not in the current plan. It's never been thought as a trailhead. Thought it was just an amenity.
We've tried to clarify with Parks, and I don't know that between the various versions. So this first came in because it was believed that it might be impact fee eligible.
Well, my last conversation was it's not going to be.
Okay, so if it's not impact fee eligible, then the last sentence is what governs. If it is, we have a provision that governs. Are you wanting to just delete it all and say that it's not?
I would rather just say it doesn't, but what does the council think? I'd rather just say, be very clear, we're not reimbursing for the trailhead, but the trailhead is required part of the, as an amenity. Because it's not, we can't physically reimburse because it's not in the plan. And I know plans change, but I mean, I don't see us adding another trailhead into our plan when we have 3 already up the street, so.
Okay, tell me what you want to do. I think that if it's, this paragraph contemplates both of those alternatives. If you just want it deleted, we can delete the paragraph.
I'm fine with that.
Fine with what?
You said.
I
Deleting
would
4.6.1.
I want it very clear that no impact fees will be used on the trailhead.
Okay.
If that's what the council wants to do, that kind of cleans up one of my concerns. I saw the word negotiate and agree. Sometimes you can negotiate and it's very difficult to agree for various reasons, so that's where we're heading, then that.
Number 4.6.2, the developer will relocate and remediate the wash to the correct location as shown in Exhibit D. For purposes of this agreement and the city's approval, to remediate includes the installation of appropriate landscaping and erosion controls, the mitigation of any cuts and scarring caused by equipment, and relocation of the washway, and installation of necessary measures to manage sediment, erosion, and future flows of water in the wash.
Thought you did a good job.
That's all new language.
Thought you did good on that. I think
You wanna
that
keep
covers
that
us.
one? Okay.
I think as long as our staff can, I mean, our staff's good enough, they can figure out what's required to mitigate those slopes and those things. So.
Okay. 4.6.3, the parties will negotiate and agree to terms for reimbursement of impact fees charged to developer for the road crossing the FEMA wash if it is an impact fee eligible improvement. If such road does not qualify for impact fees reimbursement, nothing in this provision obligates Washington City to credit or reimburse road and FEMA wash time, machinery work, materials, or any associated cost to developer.
Is this in our current impact fee eligible road?
I think the road is, the culvert isn't. There's kind of some varying, different elements of it are.
Grapevine is not in the current impact or current impact fee eligible projects.
In our last meeting, I thought Public Works stood up and said it was.
If it was, I missed the memo.
So what do you want me to do here?
I say we have someone from Public Works look it up to see if it's in there while we continue on.
John, are you looking up that right now? Okay, let's continue on. We'll circle back to you in a minute.
Nine point one, I added the word secondary water in the title, and then I added the wording secondary and culinary water. What that did is it made the obligations to install culinary water also equal obligations to install secondary water. You'll see addition here, and then at the last, provide and install all required materials and equipment for any culinary or secondary water service to parks, trailheads, or improved amenities as required by city code and policies. Do you want to keep those?
I don't see a problem. There's nothing else.
Sorry?
I don't see, I think that was good to add.
Nine point five, I added the last sentence. Any utilities that are currently existing within the roadways shall, prior to construction, be inspected and replaced before installation of roadway surface improvements if city should deem them to require replacement. Works. Okay with that?
That's the currently existing one.
Well, the road doesn't, there's a roadway, not necessarily a road surface, but there are some utilities within the dirt roadway.
Yeah, okay.
Thirteen point three, I added, when secondary water sources are certified by cities available for the project, developers shall promptly convert all outdoor and non-culinary uses of culinary water to the city's secondary water service.
I think that looked good to me.
Does any of that require infrastructure at the development stage?
We require, the prior paragraph requires that they install all the secondary water infrastructure. The city acknowledges we don't have a secondary water source for them.
But we'd have to install it just to make that available in case we did at one point.
We're making them install it, and then this is saying that once it's become available, they need to charge it, basically. Yeah,
Charge it and convert.
charge it and convert it.
Everything over. Move the landscaping valves from the culinary side to the secondary side.
Yeah, there's a loophole here, which is if the developer has sold the project or sold parcels within it to end users, they don't have influence over the whole project anymore, right? And so the timing of when the water becomes available and the nature of how the conversion will go is just gonna depend on ownership facts when that happens.
So that, go ahead.
Well, so how do you enforce that if it's been sold? I mean, would it be a deed restriction against a property that survives this?
No, I think that if it takes the city 15 years and the developer's long gone, we're just gonna have to deal with it administratively the best we can.
I do have a question for you. You remember on another development that once they sold it, they had to come in and get it approved by the council? Is that something we should think about here, or?
So we've never had a contract that requires the sale of land be approved by council. The sale of developer rights, every development agreement requires that they come in and get your approval to transfer those rights. And so if this developer gets this a contract eventually signed and goes to work, and then they've sold, let's just say that they've sold each parcel individually to somebody else in 7 years and are gone, we wouldn't require that each sale of those parcels come before us for approval. Let's say that they did this, came and implemented a PUD, and then wanted to sell the development rights under the PCD. Just like we did with Stuckey Farms, we'd make them come back through, we'd vet the buyers, and we'd get the council the right to approve the transfer of development rights. But yeah, this is a hard one. It's really up to the city. If we get a source ready in 2 years, we can probably go lean on the developer and say, hey, go get it all done, right? If it takes us 17 years and they're long gone, I'm just representing to you that I don't think this provision is gonna bind whoever owns whatever parcels have whatever secondary installations at that time.
Installing the infrastructure as far as the purple boxes and all that, that's a big part of the cost regardless. And it seems like maybe conversion over to that, unless there's an impact fee that I'm not thinking of, or.
So I think the conversion challenge, if you imagine my neighborhood, well, my neighborhood doesn't even have sidewalk or curb and gutter. Let's imagine a neighborhood with purple lines. When the water source becomes available, every lot owner is gonna have to hire somebody to come and remove a meter, reconnect the culinary from the irrigation to the purple, right? So it's not that it's that big of an undertaking. Having all the lines in the ground is the biggest undertaking, but there's still steps and kind of effort to convert and charge those lines and so on.
Can I ask John a quick question? Please?
Come on up, John. I'll allow it.
In our current design standards, are the purple and the culinary boxes required to be within a certain distance? Or do they just need to be installed?
No, we have requirements that they're within a certain distance of each other, yes.
Okay. Just, if they're just installed, obviously, and there's a distance, then you're tearing up a lot more, but if they're right there next to each other, it's pretty easy to do the conversion.
Yes.
That's the only reason I ask. Okay, thank you.
While you're up here.
Let's say, while you're here, do you want to go back to 4.6, John?
Yes, in reviewing the master transportation plan, it is not in there.
The FEMA, the road above the wash?
Yes, Grapevine
Or
is not
Grapevine.
included.
So we'll just delete that paragraph also, or make clear that it's not.
It's not impact fee eligible road. Thank you, John.
Okay, we done with 13.3?
Is there any more here, Councilman?
I think that's it.
Council, do you have any other questions or discussion with the city attorney? Any conversation amongst yourself as a body before I invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward?
Yeah, go ahead, Troy.
You first.
Oh, I think.
Councilman Coates?
You go ahead first.
Councilman Belliston?
I'm just asking the two graphics that we have that are attached to this. Sorry, I was in your red lines. Let me go back to the other. Exhibit B and Exhibit D. Are we approving those at this time or just the development agreement?
They're exhibits to the agreement, so you would need to approve those at the same time as the agreement.
Can we approve the agreement without approving the exhibits?
The exhibits go with it. They kind of define the roadway. and
I'd
how it's
rather you
being
have
approved.
everything you want.
Okay.
So the thing I want to bring up is that low water crossing across the box culvert. I mean, it's 7%, 5. It's going to be a weird bump in that road. I don't think we should allow that, but I'd have to ask Public Works. Doesn't seem like an appropriate place to put one of those.
Maybe let Thad catch up and pull that up so everyone can see what you're looking at. Are you in the packet?
Yeah. So I think we got the road sections. I mean, it's not, the shading, I'm afraid one copy away, good thing the stationing's on it, it'd go away, but it shows what's gonna be constructed for, what they're agreeing upon. I think this is pretty fair. I still am concerned about the south side of the road, but if Sitla's gonna take care of that like they said they would, then I don't have concerns. There's just no development on in front of their property on the south side.
Do you all recall the Exhibit B? Is that how it was approved? Because it seems to me it's tweaked around a little bit.
You can pull up both of those, Thad. We'll look at the road detail and the site plan.
So we've got Exhibit D up right now,
So Exhibit D, that low water crossing where the culvert is,
right here.
yeah, that's a weird, I don't know why we're going down and back up real quick.
Like what you're saying that right here is showing the road coming down a slope, across the culvert and then back up, right? And you're saying that you don't like those grades?
That's the main
Should be
road.
easy to align, to even that grade up to where it's a smooth, even road. With Councilman Coates.
Anything else on this exhibit?
On this exhibit, like I said, I just had questions on the other exhibit, if that's how the zoning approval was approved, right? It just seems, to me, it looks different, but I wasn't part of that approval. And it seems to me that the zoning approval would, I guess you'd be superior to this, or I just don't want to get an agreement in if it's not what the zoning was approved at.
Do we know when that date was? We can pull up that other map and compare, because it looks close, but it's been.
I don't know offhand what date it was, no.
Tara, are you searching that? Probably. The date of the approval of the zone change that was contingent upon this development agreement. The council wants to see the site plan to see that this is consistent with what was approved then, and
Seems to me it would have been April or May of '23.
No. It was just last year.
Yeah, I think it was April or May. What's the over-under on the date?
can you search it under Elevate potentially?
You could make a motion that Exhibit B is just, either it's the exact same or it's replaced with the one that was approved at the time of the motion.
Works for me.
Just make sure.
Have it right now. Let me send it to Drew.
If we were betting, Tara, I was betting on you to find it first, even though Eldon was looking really hard.
Tara, do you want to send it to Thad since I'm the one broadcasting?
You're a close second.
Dang,
I
I'm
mean,
close.
if it was artwork, you're like Councilman Coates next to Councilman Henderson. You're a close second.
I'm really frustrated that you keep claiming that he was better than mine.
The people voted his abstract art.
$524.
Okay.
So the April was the first date it came in, and then it got tabled until May, or extended till May, right?
So you remember last meeting, they had commercial on and it was asked that they take it off. At zoning, they showed commercial because it was conceptual. And so this is an obvious difference from what you're seeing on the exhibit today. Because they took it off because you asked them to take it off. I don't know how to just,
We go back to that then.
yep. You want me to rotate it or anything? Does this let me rotate it?
It looks to me like
Yeah,
it's
it
the
looks like
same.
it's correct to me.
Sounds good. Council, here's what I've got for when the applicant comes forward. The council's discussed removing paragraphs 5.6.1, or excuse me, 4.6.1 and 4.6.3.
My note is not to remove the mayor. My note is to clarify in there that simply just that those improvements are not impact.
Are not impact fee eligible, okay? And then just a discussion on the crossing of the culvert on Exhibit D. Was there anything else, council, that you'd want the applicant to address?
Yeah, I'm just curious about a spot where there's a barbecue area just by the pool. I just wonder if that's a grass area. It's like there's a pool amenity, and then there's a barbecue area, and then there's just a big,
Are you looking at the exhibit right now?
yes.
Okay, I'll zoom in there. You can give me guidance to get where you're at.
So, do
Bottom
you
left
see?
in the middle of that,
Yeah,
have
right
a
there.
little yellowish block.
That space right there.
It's grass. Remember, that's what we told them they had to have is bigger grass areas for playable areas.
Oh, for the common, I remember that. It's a good catch, Councilwoman.
Do we need to identify that on the map? I think we should.
What do you want it to say?
I want it to say
Grass?
community grass area.
Grass in the amenity area? Like live grass?
Kentucky bluegrass.
Do you want, no, I'm serious. Do you want live grass, Councilman, or are you wanting just like turf that could be
Say
artificial?
live grass myself.
Well, that's, the point is, we don't have anywhere to play with there's no
Yeah.
place for these kids to play that'll be living here, is that we want, same thing next to Building 4 in the blue area. That was supposed to be a community, what's the best way to say, it? Community. it's not
Yeah,
a park,
let's
but a
call
grass area.
it this, and I can't take credit because Councilman Ivy whispered in my ear, but I think he's right. I think the best term for this is functional turf, meaning it's grass or artificial grass that is used as a play area. So functional turf.
So are we talking this white area, Councilman?
Talking left of Building 4 and left of the amenity center in the green. There's the two grass areas, one for each side of the wash.
Correct, I'm just showing you here. So the amenity area is in green, but we're saying this white area is what needs to be grass, right?
Yeah,
That area, and then did you say on the other side of the wash?
the other side of the wash, Building 4.
So on the west side of the wash, next to, what's that building number?
Building 4.
Building 4. Functional turf. Whatever that looks like. It's built to be used because there's no other grass in there. It's all gonna be, should be, all other be natural desert scape. And so I think that's just clarifying, which is a good point. Council, anything else on this before I invite the applicant forward? Tate, are you the representative? It's good to see you again. Felt like last meeting was really productive. You've heard the discussion. So talking about clarifying 4.6.1, 4.6.3 on what may or may not be, what sounds like isn't impact fee eligible. Exhibit D on the culvert and defining functional turf. Will you just speak to those, please?
Yeah, and then really fast to the exhibit, the only thing that's changed from the initial one was Parks asked us to put the trail all the way through on Grapevine Crossing. And Councilmember Coates, I'm sure you saw that trail come all the way through. And then the other thing is, we talked with Public Works about shrinking down the road before they crossed the wash, as to not build a 5-lane road as it crossed the wash. That was a city thing. So other than that, site plans are 100% identical to what was approved previously, except for the two changes requested by the city. We're fine with all the changes, with the exception of in section 12. I know there was some discussion about this point last time, and I remember Councilmember Coates saying he didn't know why the developer would be responsible for replacing this, and it's our understanding that that's what impact fees are used for. And so I'm not sure why we've tried to be as flexible as possible. We've conceded to a lot of things here. I'm just not sure why that point is being pushed onto the developer on replacing lines that are currently dedicated to the city. And I know.
Because you're changing the grade of the road.
So, but if we're not impacting those lines.
If you're not, then it doesn't matter, right?
Well, it says there that they have to be inspected. And
Yes.
so even if we're not changing the grade of the road and we're putting it on top.
Well, hold on. So the road, where the line is today, is wherever the line is today. But if say the water line has to be lowered 2 feet or whatever, that's what we're saying is the city needs to inspect it And it was, because it was put in as just a line in the open desert. So we don't know how it got installed or things, but I guess all we're saying is that if you go to move, if you build that road, say you don't change, say you lower your grade of your road and it affects it so there's not the proper rate cover, then you have to lower the road.
That makes sense, but how it reads is that if it was in the right spot, we didn't have to move it at all, but it had corroded over time, we would be responsible for replacing it. Which, to my understanding, that's not the responsibility of, I mean, that's what impact fees are used for.
Are you talking
Sorry,
about
9.5.
this section
Sorry,
in
sorry,
9.5?
sorry. That was my bad.
9.5?
Yeah, so I mean, we're okay with exactly what you're saying, Councilmember Coates. That's just not how this sentence reads.
This sentence was added in response to Councilman Belliston's comments about water lines that he had been required to replace out there.
We would like it to say that if water lines need moved or if they are in any way changed, then they'll be inspected. But otherwise, I don't know why that would be our responsibility.
I understand where you're coming from. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, you've been through developments, if there's utilities that are there, that there's problems with the utilities, typically when you go and do the work, you fix them, right?
No, I agree with you. I've been in it where you
I
have
put
to.
2,000 feet of replacement line in, I'm just telling you, and I told you that last time, that there's problems with that line.
So if we're moving it, then absolutely it's our responsibility. If it's just ongoing maintenance of the city because of a corroded line, usually that's an impact fee responsible thing, right?
Not an impact fee.
Well, I mean, a maintenance thing, sorry.
Okay, just so we're clear, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So Mayor, can I ask clarifying questions? So what we're saying is that the city had this installed, culvert installed, and it was installed according to the information it had at the time. It may be different with your development. It may be too high or too low. If it has to be moved, then that responsibility would be on you to move it. But what you're saying is that this is where it is, and we will do all we can to work within that. But if it's damaged or not functional, then that would fall to the city. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if it's our cause, absolutely we'll take responsibility for it. But if we're not moving it and it's just ongoing maintenance, then it's the responsibility of the city for ongoing maintenance, like any other, dedicated utility would be.
So that puts some accountability on the city that they put it in the right place. Is that
Yeah,
what
and
you're
they
saying?
installed a functional line, right? If it's corroded or something's happened and we're not moving it, I don't know why we're responsible for the ongoing maintenance of a line that the city owns that's dedicated to them if we're not.
We're not saying you have to do ongoing maintenance.
Well, I mean.
I just want to be clear, because you keep making statements that aren't true or misunderstandings. We're first impact fees, now we're maintenance. We're not talking about that. We're saying if you build a road across it and the water line isn't to our standards, you have to fix that water line. That's all we're saying. Am I correct? I would like Public Works or someone to correct me instead of me just saying these things.
I'm getting a thumbs up from the back from Lester. Do you want to talk to this, or Blake's your boss? Blake? Was it you or somebody else that did a little officiate? No, it was Drew that was an umpire at one point, weren't you? You were behind the plate calling balls and strikes.
Yeah, you don't want me doing that.
No, we don't want. But we do. But when we have questions about utilities and roads, you're the guy we want to answer the question.
So essentially, if their development requires them to lower or move or something because it's going to cause us a problem, during that period of time, they will have to do that at their cost. After we have inspected everything and then accepted the project and accepted it, then it becomes a city water line, and it will be our responsibility for repairs in the future if anything happens. That's why we have the inspections throughout, is to make sure everything was installed correctly and done in the right manner, and then we accept it, and it becomes our
Okay, stay up here.
responsibility.
Councilman Henderson.
Can I ask a question? So let's say that, there's a water line, existing water line running under the road, and the grade of their road, doesn't affect it at all. so they don't have to move it or anything like that. But there's an existing valve or something that's faulty. Would that be the city's responsibility or their responsibility to fix the valve? If it was an existing valve that was already installed.
Already installed and it had problems before, or it was pointed out to us that it was problems before they did any repairs or anything to it, then yeah, it would be ours to take care of.
Okay.
But if it was something that they damaged while they were doing the road or the project, and we could show that that was damaged, then they would need to fix that.
Okay.
Take care of it.
And so that makes sense, but I think what maybe they're saying is that needs to be more clear. I can understand what he's saying. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Anything that is a change as a result of their development is their, responsibility to pay for. But if they happen to find a problem that was existing during their course of, construction, that's not
Right, and that's,
as a result of what they're doing, then the city would be responsible for that, right?
yeah. I
Okay.
mean, certainly when you run a project in there and you're running big heavy equipment over, some of those kind of things could happen, and that's.
Right, but that would be a result
then
of their
the
work.
result of their work.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is they just don't want to be
Yeah, it's
responsible
not
for a
perpetual afterwards.
faulty valves or faulty pipe or whatever that was in there previously to when they got in there. So that makes sense. I think it just needs to be clarified that way more,
So Blake, just a question. So I think this is very good to have the discussion to try to clarify all this up front. There's no reason to believe at this point right now that it's not in the right place, then it won't function or work properly with their development. Is there any reason to think that at this point? There isn't, is there?
Not necessarily,
Not
no.
necessarily, so having them know where.
It's one of the things that we always, in our standards and everything, and even when we have our pre-construction meetings and even design and that, we recommend that they don't go off of the GIS, even though we do the best that we can on our GIS, but that they actually verify in the field of where these things are, because sometimes it might not be exactly the right depth or something like that. And so when they're designing, that's when they should be figuring those things out. And that's when John reviews plans and looks at those things as well, and Lester, and that we look for those types of things. We don't always find all of it at that point, but when you get down and start digging, then sometimes there's surprises.
So I'm just trying to understand this completely. So we have an installed culvert there now. It's there now. If they were able to use it the way it is, there's no problem at all, unless there's some faulty material in there that has decayed over time, or there's a problem that the city is directly their responsibility, then that would be us. But if they had to move the culvert to accommodate their development, then that would be on them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So can I speak to this, since I'm the one that brought it up and it's been kind of an issue for me?
Go ahead,
right?
Councilman.
We found, when we were out there, we clipped the nut off the top of a 16-inch valve with a grater. We found that it was installed a little shallow, and if you want to see a bunch of excavators start sweating, clip the nut off the top of a 16-inch valve that's got two 2 million gallon tanks feeding it, right? So when we started checking things out, it was bedded in not with very clean material. It was bedded in with rocky material, and we found a lot of missing joint restraints and things like that, and that line has had issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lester, 2 or 3 different times it has had a blowout. So there's issues with that line. What I don't want to see is a new road or a bunch of improvements go over the top of it without inspecting it and addressing it and fixing problems, right? We went ahead and put in close to 2,000 feet of line because there was enough problems that I wasn't comfortable with putting asphalt over the top of it, nor would it even meet code as shallow as it was, right? Because you didn't have sufficient cover. So, without sufficient cover, what happens, right? That line can jump straight out of the asphalt. So I just want to get it on record. I want to make sure that line is covered so we're not going to have issues, because if something does happen with that and it breaks again, there's a lot of people downstream from that line.
I think that's something that definitely we look at with our inspections and look at that, but we definitely want to make sure that the engineers that are designing it and looking at those projects.
Right, but
are
without,
really
without
confirming-
potholing it and taking the
Right.
time and effort and just saying, hey, I assume that this thing was installed correctly. I'm
There's
telling you it
possibility they're
wasn't.
gonna find something, yeah.
So, okay?
Anything else?
Thank you, Blake. Don't get too comfortable back there. Thad, come on back up. Thad, you've heard the conversation. You got some ideas on how maybe to,
I don't know that I
To look
know
at
how to
the-
write it for the council. What do you want me to write here?
I want you to write it how you should write it. I don't.
what do we pay you for? I mean,
I agree with you, and I agree with what everyone's saying, is that we want the right line. I also think it's not their responsibility to fix our entire line. I don't think it's anybody's responsibility. If we have an existing line that's faulty, that's kind of on us too. So, but the depth thing is a big thing. If you decide to design your road too low, then it should be your responsibility to fix it. So I think it should be based on depth and location, and, I mean, you do a tie-on, you're gonna have to do all the mega lugs and everything that's required for that pipe. Like, all that stuff is required. I think the only thing we're saying is not is if there's a bad piece of pipe or a bad valve currently, that's on the city in my mind. I don't think it should be put on the developer. Because apparently we have a bad line that was installed poorly.
We would just like for it to say, you know, where this is be inspected and replaced if it was being moved, right, or impacted by the developer.
But you could
Then-
leave it in place and still make it too shallow.
Right, but that wouldn't meet, I mean, that wouldn't meet city standards.
I'll write it the best I can and then have Public Works fix it. And we'll get it in there.
Okay.
you feel good about that?
Yeah, that works for us.
Did you want to touch on Exhibit D, or is there anything else within the agreement? I'm assuming that you corresponded back and forth with Thad on
Yeah,
this.
so on Exhibit
red
D, I
lines.
guess my question there is if it doesn't meet city standard,
They did not correspond with me on these. This is the first they've commented
Okay.
on. And most of the agreement's been me writing it and then them commenting on it after we get to the meetings.
Okay.
And then they've done all the exhibit work. I've done the contract work.
Okay.
so on Exhibit D, I guess, would there be an opposition for, if that doesn't meet city standard? I mean, removing if you scroll down to Exhibit D, or sorry, I guess it's a different document. I think this serves the purpose of showing what's being constructed. We included the verbiage that you wanted Councilmember Coates with, reference to the different stations, who's responsible for what. I guess if the discussion is over the crossing of the wash not being up to standards, I mean, obviously we won't get a construction permit, and if that's not the case. So I guess, is there any opposition to just striking the bottom portion of that exhibit so we can move forward?
Oh yeah, I think there's a solution for sure today on it. In my opinion, I think we just, from station 2600 to 3000, it needs to be evaluated by Public Works and no low water crossing.
Perfect.
I mean, I think I think you get the exhibit updated before the mayor signs it, but you just pull your viewport over and cut that section off if we need to. But I mean, it needs to show well, I think you need to get it updated, but.
I think those are our comments.
You understood the impact fee discussion with Trailhead and with Grapevine?
Yep, makes sense.
Okay. Anything else for the applicant, council?
What phase is the patio homes?
So it is phase, I mean, it hopefully will go actually concurrent with the apartments. That's what we're hoping for. But in this plan, it is, I believe it's considered phase 3 in it, but they're allowed to start at the same time as phase 1, if that makes sense. So basically, the patio homes can start, the density issue with the phasing was for the apartments more than for the patio homes, so the patio homes are allowed to start concurrently.
So the development agreement, if it's passed this evening, what is your timeline on things? What are you thinking on this?
Yeah, so we're starting to design the trunk line road and then working to try to secure partners for the building of the first phase of apartments, and then working through the patio homes right now as well. So we're trying to plow ahead on this given the interest rate environment and everything that's, kind of changed over the past couple of years since we started this
Sure.
endeavor, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, council. We have been through this thoroughly. We've had good conversation, I think, really good, valuable discussion to get some of the details worked through. Is there anything else you want to discuss amongst yourselves here? Or are we ready, is somebody ready to take a stab at a motion, maybe with some of the, cleaning up some of the minor items that we've discussed? I know just kind of in my notes, I see just some updated language in 4.6.1, 4.6.3 that clarify items that are not impact fee eligible. I've got 9.5 jotted down in terms of just this road section being built to, how would you say it, John? To standard? To city standard. And then I think just clarifying on that Exhibit D that there are a couple areas of functional turf. Those are the main notes I had.
Planning and zoning have confirmed that the zone application has exhibits that show those as functional.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about that.
You get to worry about it if you want to, so I guess.
But it's already on the zoning
With the
approval.
representation that it's zoning, it was shown as that way. Do you want it also on this one, or?
Councilman Casperson? So it's been confirmed that on the zoning approval, those areas do show as grass or functional turf. Are you comfortable with that, or do you want it detailed again on the exhibit in this agreement? That's your call.
Yeah, this is a council request. So at zoning, you approved it with exhibits that show functional turf.
Okay. Okay. All right, so just the few minor edits to sections of the contract and an Exhibit D. I'm really just kind of buying Councilman Coates some time to make this.
Well,
unless Councilman Ivy wants to do it. You guys can rock, paper, scissors.
we'll
I'm not,
make sure that everything's, like you, Mayor, just make sure that everything's discussed.
we're okay to have a little silence too while you guys think it through. This is your time. It's good to see you back there, Austin, by the way. I like that T-Bird shirt. When are you guys ready?
I'm working on it, Mayor.
All right. You want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we.
We can wait. We can give you a minute if you want to make it. Just, you
No,
ready?
I'll make it, and then please jump in and tell me
And
what
then
I missed.
let's give a little feedback if we need to, get a really clear motion before we get a second. We'll move forward. And I'm kind of looking at the applicant as well. We want to be good partners with you on this.
Make a motion, we approve the conditional development agreement for 2700 North Development Partners Utah LLC and CC Cypress LLC with the outline development agreement by staff with the changes.
So the red-lined agreement.
The red-lined agreement.
It's actually green, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to
that's
make you
really
lose your
wrong.
train of thought.
Okay. I'm trying to find the best way to say it. The two areas we talked about, impact fee eligibility is not being eligible, the trailhead and the roadway.
Grapevine.
No, not Grapevine.
Is it not on Grapevine?
The trailhead in the project. The trailhead in the project is an amenity for the project and will be paid for by the developer. And then that on Exhibit D, station 2600 to 3000 needs to be updated not to show a low water crossing across the box culvert and meet city standards. Did I get everything?
I was just looking at 4.6.3.
It's impact fee.
Oh, well, what about, I gotta address and we update the language working with our attorney and Public Works on
It's this one.
no, we already got that one. No, it was on the water line. 9.5 that Public Works and the attorney work on some language to address the water line. The existing water line in the road. Identifying what the developer's responsibility is versus what the city's responsibility would be. And I think we had pretty clear discussion on what that should be.
And then Exhibit D built to standard, did you get that one?
That one.
Okay. Is that clear as mud?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Coates. I know we lean on you sometimes for those technical motions, but it's because you know this stuff pretty well. The motion is on the table. Is it clear enough? Council, is someone ready to make a second on that motion?
Mayor, I'll make a second on Councilman Coates' motion.
Applicant feeling good about it? Okay. Let's go roll call, starting with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Coates. Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Nay.
Casperson.
Nay.
The development agreement with 2700 North Development Partners, Utah LLC and CC Cypress LLC is approved with a vote of 3-2. And Thad, I will look through that language with you and likely with Councilman Coates before I sign off on it, make sure it fits the motion, which I'm sure it will.
Happily.
Okay. The next item is 11B. This is consideration to approve an agreement for trail construction and maintenance between Washington City and the St. George and Washington Canal Company. City Manager Jeremy Redd.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. See if I can make this work this time all by myself without needing Steve's help. We'll see. Oh, look at that. I think he did that for me. Okay. All right. Let's go from one important agreement to two other important agreements and try to keep them all straight. But we're going to talk about two agreements here: the trail maintenance agreement, and then what we call the assignment of easements, or the Y-drain agreement is what we've called it.
You know
for
what,
the
Jeremy,
last-
let me read this other item and we'll address those concurrently. Would you rather do it that way?
However you'd like to do it is fine.
I'll have you present on them concurrently, we'll vote on them separately.
Okay, that's fine.
The other, so we're going to address items 11B, which is consideration to approve an agreement for trail construction and maintenance between Washington City and the St. George Washington Canal Company, and item 11C, which is consideration to approve an agreement for assignment of easements and facilities liability between Washington City and the St. George Washington Canal Company. We'll vote on them separately. Jeremy.
So one of the reasons the mayor wants to talk about them concurrently, and I think it's important that we do that, is because we want to pass them both together, and then we want the canal company to either pass them both together or neither. And so we want to do both of those at the same time. So let's talk first about the trail maintenance agreement. I'm not going to pull it up. I'm going to show maybe a couple of maps as we go along. But I think everyone's aware the city would like to build the historic canal trail on the easement that the Washington City Canal used to live on. It's that purple line, the canal main line, essentially. Our trail is designed to essentially follow that line. It has now been piped and covered, so there isn't really a canal there anymore, but there is essentially an existing road or roadway that used to be used, and it's still there. So we would like to put a trail on that. We've been working with the canal company for about 18 months, trying to come up with language that reached consensus and met the needs of both the city and the canal company. This agreement, Thad can probably chime in a little bit. We feel like it represents the best agreement we've been able to negotiate. Read into that what you will, but it has not been formally adopted by the canal company either. So if we make changes to it, they would have to approve that. So in the agreement, the canal company would grant to the city a surface trail easement upon and across lands owned by the canal company. They don't consent that they own very much property for the purposes of a trail. They make the argument that they own easement more than they own property. So they have a few places that they have what they call fee title land, where they actually own the title to the property outright, and they would give us easement on those particular parcels. Then number two, they would consent to the city's use of their easements for the city to access and construct a trail and maintain a 20-foot wide maintenance trail that can be used for maintenance and as a public trail system. So anywhere that they have actually owned the property, they would give us an easement to put a trail in. The city would be required to obtain easements from all private landowners. So they have an easement for a canal, we would have to go in and purchase easement for a trail on top of or next to or adjacent to their existing easement. We would build, maintain, and repair a 20-foot maintenance way within their easement. We would repair, replace all impacts to the maintenance way created by anything that the canal company does, essentially. If we create a trail, they have to go in and they do maintenance, we have to fix it. We have to put our trail back. They won't do that. And then we indemnify or hold harmless the canal company from any claims or harm or risk that they would incur. So one question that I had from, I believe, Councilman Coates, what happens if we sign the agreement and then we're not able to purchase the easements and we don't build a trail? And the language in the agreement says, subject to the city obtaining all necessary rights and permissions from the property owners of the surveying estates upon which the Washington Fields Canal Company easement are located, comma, so then the city hereby agrees and covenants to build and maintain a 20-foot wide maintenance way public trail upon the surface area. So I read that to say that we have to go out and buy the easements, and if we do, or when we do, then we would construct the trail. So my reading of that, and Thad could probably interpret it how he wants to, is that if we weren't able to collect the easements, we don't have any right to maintain, or we don't have any obligation to maintain anything on the canal easement if we don't have a trail there. But we could be more explicit in our language there if we want to. Any questions at all on the trail maintenance agreement? Essentially, we're just asking for the canal company's permission, even though we don't technically need it, but we're asking for their blessing to let us go and collect easements and construct a trail in areas where they also have easements.
And and just what you said, you'd have to get permission from all those private landowners?
Yes.
For it to be able to work. And so if you had one or two that didn't want to, then it doesn't work.
Yeah, right now, state law does not allow us to use eminent domain for trails, so we just have to work with people. And essentially, if anyone chooses not to participate in the easement, then we can't build the trail in that section until they do. That's current state law.
So the council knows as much as anyone, I've been working on this trail quite a bit over the last 5 years now. I think we started this discussion a couple years ago, Mayor. You and I have met with Matt Staley and the group, and at some point I just want to bring it up to the council more of knowledge than anything, is that we just said, well, if we have to go get our own easements, we'll just work without the canal company. I think we want to be in good faith with the canal company because they have an easement there. We want an easement there. I think there's reasons to go. I think the thing that I mostly want to know is it's just the agreement seems way one-sided. Like we get nothing and they get everything. And I'm truly concerned that it's pushed. I think there needs to be, and that's why I'm glad the language got put in there that we will only maintain when we get the easement. But like if we put a trail on it and they got to get in there, we're paying for it. I just want the council to understand we're not paying to fix their line, but we're paying for any surface improvements, right? If they decide to tear up a road because they want to, we are paying for it. I don't know, it just seems so unfair. Mayor, what's your thoughts? You've been working with them. I thought this was dead because all of a sudden they wanted it, and I'm just curious why all of a sudden we need it, if they felt like we didn't need it. We needed it 3 years ago when we needed help getting the access and the maintenance. So I morely want to, it's just the risk I want everyone to be aware of what we're agreeing to. We're agreeing to fix anything that we have surface improvements on, essentially, right, Jeremy?
Well, in the trail maintenance agreement, we're agreeing to maintain that 20-foot section. So you might be talking a little bit ahead into the wide drain agreement, but right now.
I'm talking all of it.
He's talking on this one. Paragraph 4B basically says the city has to fix everything the canal company causes except for the stuff that they intentionally damage.
In which agreement?
4B of the
in-
trail
in the
construction and
canal.
maintenance
It
agreement.
says access, maintenance, or action of the canal company or its agents, employees, and contractors. City shall be responsible except for canal company's intentional actions to replace and repair such impacts to the same state as existing prior to occurrence that occurs that need for repairs or maintenance. Like, literally, they could go, well, I need to get to that pipe, I'm tearing up your stuff, and walk away.
That's true.
And we're just stuck with the bill. And I'm not saying we wouldn't be stuck with it anyways. We might already be stuck with it anyways. I mean, I really want to work with the canal company. I just sometimes feel I don't know if they're working with us. It's just, here's our demands, sign it. And
Yeah, so in this one, to boil it down to the bargain, canal company saying that they won't object to the city installing a trail on above their easement on lands that other people own. And they will convey to us, to the city, on lands that they do own, a right to do that. And in exchange, Washington City has to build, maintain it all within 20-foot width across that canal. And Washington City has to pay for anything the canal company does that damages that, unless the canal company's damage was an intentional tort or an intentional just effort to damage stuff.
So what happens if their use of their pipeline, say in 20 years goes bad, we're replacing every ounce of trail?
Correct.
So it's more of me just making statements, let the council know what we're agreeing to if we agree to this agreement.
So if we didn't agree to the agreement, they don't have an exclusive right to that property. They don't own it. And so we could go out and purchase easement from each owner. And then if there was damage, we would just have to negotiate at that time to determine who repaired it.
Yeah, in that
Right.
situation, it would essentially be a question of who caused the damage and why, and then the determination of who's responsible. And sometimes that's what lawsuits do. Most of the time, people make an agreement on those type of details without a lawsuit. But yeah, if, let's say that the canal company did something to put twice the amount of pressure into that line that it's ever had, and it bursts for 1.5 miles and ruins 1.5 miles of trail. You know, we would argue, look, that was a canal company mistake. So you guys now need to come and fix our easement or our trail that was lawfully placed on the same place as your pipe. To the contrary, if we put in a piece of equipment and drove it along that 1.5 miles and caused the pipe to burst because of the nature of the equipment we drove there, they would take the position of, like, what, the city's the one that caused all of that to burst, so city has to fix their own trail and our pipe. So this agreement doesn't leave any of that open for interpretation. It just says city's responsible for any and all of that unless they can show that it was an intentional.
And I agree with you. That's what I read. The other concern I have is now we're using public funds to maintenance other things, but oh, by the way, you don't have access to it either. You can't use it. I truly look at it that way as, I mean, they're saying, yeah, it's an easement, but you can't put your public on it. Or I guess they're saying they don't have the right to tell us we can, so it might be different, but now we're using public funds to maintenance it, but no public can go use it.
Anywhere we maintain would be somewhere we had a trail that the public could access. Anywhere that we didn't have a trail, we wouldn't have a maintenance obligation to the.
Where's that at in here?
Well, it's not spelled out that specifically. Like I said, it just says subject to the city obtaining all necessary rights and permissions. Then the city agrees to build and maintain a 20-foot wide maintenance way. So
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 2.
Is it 2? I pulled it out.
So what that means is if the canal company signs this and stands behind the covenants they're making, the city would immediately have the right to put a trail on their portions. We already know that we're trying to obtain the right to put a trail on everybody else's portions too, right? And so we would take the position that if there was the lack of segmentation, that we did not obtain all necessary rights and permissions, therefore we're not building a trail. We're not maintaining your 20-foot right-of-way. We, of course, and as we know, where and how that falls is going to depend on what we do and don't build, right? I think if we could get it to connect between two major city roads, the council might decide, yeah, let's go ahead and at least build that one section, right? And so when and how this gets built and funded will also be at the discretion of the council, which will look at, what we've been able to obtain and whether it meaningfully connects in a way that you want to spend public funds on it.
We could add language that was more specific that way. I mean, this is a little bit of an interpretive language. I'm interpreting it one way, somebody else could potentially read it a different
I'm
way.
not sure that they would let us add language.
Well, I'm just saying.
Can I ask a question? Do we know much about the construction of that pipeline? I mean, how deep it is, what it's made out of? I mean,
We know it's
HDPE pipe, and it's probably 3 inches in the ground. They laid it right in the old ditch.
Mostly in the concrete.
they just
canal.
laid it in the old ditch, and so the reason I ask is, what if we run into a situation where we're excavating, grading for trail, and we discover that we're grading right on top of the pipe, and that's what I'm just curious about.
According to this agreement, we would be 100% responsible to fix anything we damaged or put appropriate cover over it or anything
Right.
else that had to happen.
Okay,
According to this agreement.
so it's a little risky that way.
Just don't put the nut off the valve.
Think about that a little bit. Let me move on.
I think it's this body's duty to weigh the benefit with the risk and make a decision on behalf of the city.
The second agreement might be even more interesting. I find it interesting, and there's a little bit of history, and we might need Lester to help us a little bit with the history, but here's a map on your screen. This is what we're calling the drainage easements. So there's two types of easements that are talked about in this draft. The drainage easements and what they call the conveyance easements. So the drainage easements, just to orient you here, if you can see my cursor up here, is up at the top of this is Lynn's. And you can see the elementary school at the top of that sort of triangle up there. And so this is what we refer to as the Y drain. We have a drain that sits back behind the school, behind the new office building, kitty corner to Lynn's. And then these lines are the drainage easement. So this is the drainage, what we call the drainage easement. So what happened is, as there are those lines, and then if we look at this map up here, there are all these red lines that feed the canal or feed off of the canal and in the past, those all fed fields that watered crops. And as these homes, you can see how many homes, and this is a little bit of an old map even, but how many homes developed, they developed right along these lines, or they took out the fields and put in the lines. So as they did that, developers would come in and they would say, I don't want to build storm drain all the way to some existing or non-existent city storm drain. Let me just put our storm drain water into these lines that feed away from my project. And these lines collect tailwater, they collect canal water and feed them to other people. So the canal company issued letters that allowed people to do that, and the city issued, approvals of subdivisions that let them put that water into those canals and pipes and conveyance apparatus. So those two things have happened. So the canal company would like to assign or deed or give the city its drainage easements, so everything you can see here in blue. And those drainage easements, and the company would maintain the right to discharge its tailwaters into these easements. So right now, it's a mix of company water, tailwater, canal company tailwater that comes off of the fields after they're watered, and storm water that comes off of development into those drainage easements. So they would maintain the right to discharge that water into there. The city would maintain, operate, and protect those drainage easements and the drainage infrastructure moving forward. So we would own what's in blue, and the canal company would have the right to continue to put their water in it. We would maintain everything, all the maintenance on everything in blue. On everything in red down here, they're asking us to what they call protect those lines, meaning we would protect those facilities from construction activities approved by the city and repair and replace any damage caused by the construction of of any city-approved project or any city activities. So essentially, if anybody causes any damage on those,
So
on those
red,
canal
red and
lines,
purple.
red and purple, the main line and any of the red, the city would be responsible to fix that. And if the company damages any public infrastructure, so if the company's there trying to fix a line and they hit a water line or a sewer line or damage our road, according to this agreement, the city would repair all that public infrastructure at the city's sole cost and expense. So I just want that to be really clear. We would be essentially taking on the responsibility to protect and maintain and repair the lines that the canal company owns. This is the same agreement that St. George City approved and signed with the canal company in December of 2023. But that is what we're calling the assignment of easements agreement. So the contention of the canal company, and I don't want to really speak for them, but we've been in a lot of meetings where they've expressed this, is that they feel like they owned infrastructure, they owned canals and infrastructure that have been people have developed up to and on top of, and we've in places put roads next to them or on top of them. We've run water lines, sewer lines, and their contention is that the city needs to protect all those lines and repair any damage that happens from them because of the encroachment.
And easements they don't own?
Well,
I just want to be clear if that's their understanding, because they don't own the easements on all of them. I'm not saying they don't on some.
They own a canal easement, right?
They own the canal easement.
On everything.
They don't have an easement for any of these wide drain lines that, besides that they're the historic ones that basically say the canal within this section. So.
Yeah, I can't speak to their ownership of easements.
So between their attorney and the chairman of their board, there's some disagreement as to what they own and don't own. There are instruments recorded that quitclaim lands to them. There's an instrument recorded that convey easements to them. The canal company has also recorded a historic easement along the whole length of the canal line on the basis of historic use and a state law that allows them to do that. So there's a number of arguments about what they do and don't own along through all that.
So the other thing that is in this agreement is it says that we'll take all past liabilities, and I don't know why we would take past liabilities ever.
So their reasoning is because past liabilities and past encroachments occurred as Washington City approved annexations and then developments.
And they agreed to it. We have letters from them agreeing to the encroachment, so, I mean, I just want it to be fair. It's one thing if we're taking them over from now going forward, but it's another to say, oh, by the way, you gotta take all our past liabilities for 100 years. Like, it just doesn't seem like a fair deal to me. It's one thing to be heavy-handed on one side, but this seems like, here's our sledgehammer. And I just think it needs to be fair.
So obviously, we've worked at this a long time with some success, a little bit here and there, but I do recognize that this is kind of one-sided. So if we were just to, say we're not going to bring the canal company on board, what would our liability be if we were to build a trail and we have a problem? Would we be at a greater level of responsibility then than what the agreement would have us under?
So I like your comments. Part of why we are where we are today is we've been interested in their agreement for a trail, right? So we've wanted them to meet minds with us about a trail. We have been willing to take responsibility for any and all damages caused by us or our contractors that ever happens in the future, right? We haven't ever said we could agree to what they're asking for. We've always felt like that's more liability than we have the ability to agree to. That's why it's before you, right? There was a time when their attorney came and said, look, I believe that all you need is the canal company to convey to you their easement, and you can go build your trail and life will move on, and we'll have the place maintained and people traveling there, right? And then that changed and the chairman of their board took a different position. And so we've kind of tried to navigate between those differing viewpoints that we've received from the canal company. We now have already pivoted away from that. It took so long, we didn't feel like we accomplished much. We're already trying to acquire all of the private rights from the underlying landowners that we can. In some places, the canal company is the underlying landowner. And so one of these agreements would accomplish exactly what we're trying to do through our hired experts with all the individual landowners that are out there. And so it's a really complicated easements and rights of way issue because of how much property it covers, how historic some of the use is, and how much has been developed on it since then.
So we're trying to work cooperatively because we need some of their easements to build our trail.
We have tried. When we did the dam road improvement project, we needed to build a storm drain line that left the dam road easement right away, went to the north and drained into Virgin River. We knew that that would have to cross their easement and it would need to go either above or below their line, right? So we went to them with an agreement that says anything we cause that ever harms you forever, we'll replace forever. And they rejected it 5-0. One of those, my dad, right? Because they wanted an agreement from the city that says we indemnify them from anything forever in the past and forever in the future. And so I took them an agreement that my boss said was really favorable for them, and they still rejected it because they wanted more than just us taking all the liability for that project we needed to build. And so there's a strong desire at the canal company to protect themselves from liability that's stretched and kind of laid throughout a city that's now developed up around it. And so that's the nexus of where this language is coming from, is they have a really strong desire and I think a really strong concern underneath that for what's happened to their network of open ditches and fields and some of the risks that they think are out there. And they want Washington City to indemnify them from all of that. St. George City has agreed to do that already for everything in St. George boundaries, and they think we should do the same.
And they didn't get a trail agreement.
They didn't get a trail agreement. St. George is almost a 50% shareholder of the company itself, and so St. George's promises were a little bit self-promotive because they were promising to just.
And how many do we own? I know the answer again, like a good attorney, even though I'm not.
Yeah, we don't own any shares.
We don't own any shares, but, and that's kind of the thing that, like, I really want to work something out, just so the council knows. I think it's important to work something out. The two things in my mind are, one, I think that paragraph 2, we need to rework some of that language to be very clear on what we maintain, when we maintain. I just think that's kind of vague there.
This has been worked and reworked and reworked. What they've told us is this is the take it or leave it. And so yeah, we don't currently have any invitation from them to rework this stuff.
I just think that's not in good faith with two different parties, right? Asking us to take all, I mean, that just frustrates me. I'm like, we've had zero, I mean, I know you guys have been working with them, but
I think
their
Jeremy
board got some input.
We want to work out with you. I think that we're at the point where we need to be able to just tell them, look, our council doesn't accept your agreement. If that's where you're at, we just need to be able to tell them that and see if we can keep working somewhere after that.
I don't think I don't accept their agreement. I just, like, if I feel like their board's got a voice, does our board get a voice, or we just have to take it? That's how I'm feeling right now.
You can, I mean, you can certainly change the language, pass it, and give it to them, and say, this is what we are agreeable to. You can pass it if you want to or not. We can put it back in their court. I'm not saying, I mean, we've tried to negotiate back and forth something that we feel like both parties can agree to, and we've never really got completely there. But you could do that. They could take it or leave it, like Thad said. They could just look at that language and say no and move on. Or they could feel like it was acceptable language and approve it.
I'm in the okay, I'll say my two things. One, the paragraph 2 on when we take over that maintenance. And then the other one is I don't think we should take any liabilities in the past. I don't know why that affects them so much. I don't know what liabilities are even out there. I'm saying once we take responsibility, then we'll take it, but I'm not taking stuff for the past. I can't go 100 years.
Let me play devil's advocate a little bit, and reading through the agreement, one of the things that they're concerned about, a lot of these red lines are not piped. They're tailwater lines that are just come out of people's fields. And one of their concerns is that, as you can see, all these developments happen right around those lines or next to them. They're concerned about overflows or the ditches getting too much tailwater, getting too much stormwater in them. We have a big storm and it all ends up there, and we flood somebody's house, or we flood a whole subdivision, or something happens. And that could be part of that past liability that we say, well, you did that 5 years ago.
So when is the date that we started accepting those? When is the first subdivision? I mean, I know we probably don't know right now, but when is the first subdivision that we put in that tailwater? Because as far as I know, we don't do that without accepting it. And I can see your point, but where's the emphasis for us to take that liability?
Because, well, if we don't have an agreement and somebody's flooded, then we'll have to get together and decide, was it our water? Was it stormwater? Was it, if as more of these fields turn into houses, they may start putting more water on their fields than they ever put before. And they might flood because of the farmer flooding.
Well,
we would have to determine whose fault it was.
It's a huge concern, because now we're saying, what if the farmer doesn't turn off the gate and all of a sudden the ditch is full and they're supposed to have some water in it, and we get one of those 3-hour cloud bursts? There's nowhere for the water to go. I would like to know what subdivisions are dumping into that, because I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a lot more than I know. I know there's some, but eventually, where are those? And if they are there, then maybe we should need to look at improving those. That's to have stormwater in our stormwater impact or stormwater facility plan in the next go around or something. I just don't want to take responsibility. I see what you're saying, but I don't want to take responsibility for someone tripping on the ditch 10 years ago and they try to come sue us or something. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, is where do we draw that line? I think there needs to be a line drawn.
There really isn't a real reason for them to come off their position. We obviously want to build a trail.
They perceive that we're the ones that are hungry for something, yeah.
And so there's really no difference. So if we were to do this, and is there something actionable on their behalf? Could they sue us if we just went and built a trail on our easement and tried to acquire the easements and did just move forward?
In our system, anybody can sue anybody. Whether they prevail is probably the question I think you're asking.
Yeah.
If Washington City acquired easements from all of the underlying landowners, it would be hard to prevail against Washington City on a claim relating to that construction. Now, if that construction, though lawful, damaged them, I think they could prevail, right? The issue of the tailwaters and the historic flow of runoff waters is a lot more complex. Our water department doesn't necessarily agree with the history as they count it. Our water department feels like there's been a lot more efforts to comply and track and get consent to what's happened than they report. The other challenge with the Washington Fields is a lot of those, the wide drain, for example, that was built to drain a swamp, not to discharge runoff water. Now, the runoff water ended up going there too, because it was a big deep trench that they dug with dynamite and Cat 9s, right? Washington Fields was also built to convey stormwaters from Warner Valley down through the valley as well. And so if you really start looking at the history of what ran where, it's a big muddy flat delta, which is why it's fertile soil too, right? And so there's complications there for everybody. I think both the canal company and Washington City would be motivated to not try and litigate the history of drainage waters in the Washington Fields.
Well, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I'm feeling that there's a tremendous amount of liability here. I mean, we want a trail, we need a trail. Our community wants a trail and all that. But for us to guarantee the beginning of every pipe that's gone in till into the future, there's just some liability or some accountability there that is not ours, but we're going to be held responsible for it, in my opinion. I think we have to be careful when we're, it seems to me like we would have less liability by trying to acquire the rights and building the canal itself, rather than assuming and taking on liability that I don't feel is fundamentally all ours to bear. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think your opinion's it's astute. Just going and doing a transaction the right way, we know there's risk and liability from putting stuff on the ground and inviting people to be there. And we know from our history that claims will come, right? Because that's the nature of just public access. We also know, though, that we aren't on the hook for everything in the past and the future for somebody else's roads, right? Until they become ours, then we become so going forward. And so, yeah, you've characterized, I think.
I agree, Council Ivy. I feel like that we shouldn't take on all the liability, and I feel like when you talk about the risk versus the benefit, I feel like the risks are too great. And are they, I mean, I don't understand, I don't see why Washington City would want to take on all that liability. Are they trying to use that as leverage because we want to have a trail to be able to take on all that?
There's certainly some leveraging going on. They believe that certain problems that manifest today are the cause of Washington City's past approvals, though. For example, there's siltification in the pipe. The big pipe is collecting silt largely because they're diverting from the Virgin River that's water full of silt. They don't have as many areas to what's called sluice, which is you just open the pipe real big and push a lot of high flow water through there to wash all the sand out. So they feel like that's one of the problems I'm just remembering. There's others that I'm not remembering, but part of their viewpoint is that problems that exist today are partially, if not wholly, the responsibility of Washington City Council who approved developers' applications. Jeremy and I have sat in many meetings and said, look, state law requires the Washington City Council to receive developers' applications and approve them if they conform with state law. And so you can't blame Washington City Council for the effects of development when the landowner sold the land, when your farmer sold the land, and the city council just complied with state law. But they're still making those connections, right? Some of these things they think are the responsibility or the cause of because of the city just being in the role of annexing and then doing the land use planning and approvals for what actually occurred. There's other instances where real events of damage did occur, right? Let's take a utility company just accidentally trenches into one of their conveyance lines. And so there's real history behind why they feel that way. None of the historical stuff was ever enough for them to sue Washington City or make a claim for a big dollar amount though, right? And so here we sit, this is what they want. I think they got the same thing out of St. George, and St. George didn't ask for any trail easements. They're looking at us wanting trail easements, and they're thinking, yeah, let's get Washington to agree to the same thing.
But we gotta remember, St. George, they own over 50% of the shares, right? They wanted maintenance.
Somewhere near 50%, I don't know for sure that it's over.
They own a large portion, and they have a large irrigation. Right now, we don't own any shares now. I'm not saying we won't in the future.
Yeah, the ownership's interesting. So the water right itself, the right to divert, the canal company gave it all to the water district probably 15 to 20 years ago as a way to protect themselves from adjudications reducing the amount of water they were allowed to divert on the basis of their beneficial use. The land that they were irrigating had shrunk. The reality is they would have had their allocation cut back because of what's happened. To avoid that, they conveyed it to the water district. The water district's the owner, and they're not subject to those type of reductions. And so this is also, the water company owns the water right. St. George owns half of those shares. The water district owns another portion of those shares. And so it's almost entirely, there's still private landowners and farmers that are using it. But yeah, a lot of the equity in the company is publicly held at this point.
So, who are the voting members? Does the St. George not have a voting member on that then?
St. George does have a voting member, yeah. Their water supervisor, yeah. So there's a board and then there's members, and there's votes that the members take and there's votes that the board takes. St. George has shares that they vote in member votes. The water district has shares that they vote in member votes. Both the water district and St. George also have representatives that have votes on the board. Washington City has a representative on the board in Mayor Staley. And so yeah, the board's not so much meant to be representative of ownership as it is meant to be representative of leadership that can help guide the company decisions. Are you on the canal company board, Mayor, or you're on the water district board?
Trustee.
That's right, okay. So I confused that.
On the water district, but the water district does own a considerable number of shares, and I think they sway some influence and will continue to sway more influence with that canal company.
My one thought, Mayor, is let's just go to the water district and say, hey, would you, all of this liability protection the canal company wants, would you just put yourself in that spot? Washington City will agree to everything else. We'll take the drainage easements, we'll maintain them. We'll agree to fix any damage we cause, but if the water district would just come in as this stopgap that the canal company clearly believes they need, but also Washington City just doesn't feel like it's equitable to make that agreement, and just see if the water district
Well,
would step in that role.
I think there's wisdom in what you say, Thad, because the district may be the mediating factor in helping us get, and they've helped make some progress. But this has been a good conversation. I mean, you're absolutely right in weighing these are competing interests. We want to make progress on this trail, but we're not wanting to extend. Now, I think we're already maintaining these wide drains. I'm looking to Lester to nod. I mean, we're maintaining the wide drains already. We already have a certain amount of liability, so I'm not convinced we're taking on a whole lot of extra liability we don't already have.
We went and got a grant to pipe and bury it, the wide drain, right? And so, yeah, we've been managing that, trying to improve it with just the pace of improvement around it.
I think our staff's done a good job. I think, Mayor, you've done a good job. I feel like this board had some say, but we didn't get our say until now. And it's kind of like, well, I don't like it, we'll take it or leave it. Well, it's like, well, where's our negotiation? We're taking on a lot to not.
Yeah.
So like I said, the
I
2
think
points
maybe,
I was worried about is the risk or the liability in the past is mine, and then when we maintain the.
Let me ask this question. Is anybody inclined to approve these agreements tonight? They do kind of come as a package deal.
No.
So we're not really inclined to do that. What if we do this? I'd rather not deny, I see these denied, but I do think Thad brings up a good point that we could bring forward maybe a little bit of mediation or some, work on these contracts by enlisting the services of the district with, some of their support. And they're anxious to be an advocate and ally with Washington City while they protect the canal company. I think they might be the best mediating factor. And I think myself and staff can reach back out to their leadership and kind of work this and then circle back around, maybe do a workshop session on these again and just I don't see this as a rush, but I did, talk to their, their board a little bit, members of their board, and indicated that, we would have this discussion which we're having now. So that sound fair?
I think it sounds fair, Mayor. I appreciate you taking that on and working with them. I think it's important I just appreciate everyone open to the risk that we're looking at.
It's good conversation. Councilwoman Casper, you feel good about that?
I'd rather just deny it and then, because we're not comfortable with this, and then, we can go forward. It doesn't mean that we're not going to work with them going forward and having the conversation, but as of this agreement. So that was my preference, but I'm supportive of doing either.
I appreciate that. I think just to maintain those open communications, I think that's maybe what I might recommend. Councilman Belliston, thoughts on this? Okay.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we table item 11B and 11C. And can I do both at the same time? Okay, I'll make a motion we table item 11B and 11C to keep those open negotiations with the Canal District and the district, and I would encourage the mayor and staff to go meet with the Water Conservancy District and see if they can be a good mediator for us.
I appreciate that. Is there a second on this motion?
I'll second, but I have a question. When you table, don't you have to put a date to it?
We like dates when it's related to a land use application that has an appeal period. Because this is just a contract with a local agency, I'm not too worried about that.
And then I'm fine to just second it then.
Thank you, Councilman Belliston. So a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Belliston. Let's just go roll call. Did I start here last time? I'll start with Councilman Ivy.
Ivy, aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Okay, those items are tabled for more discussion and negotiation. Thank you, Jeremy and Thad. It's been a lot of discussion on these. We're getting close to the end. Next section is memorandum of understanding. 12A is a memorandum of understanding between Washington City Police Department and Washington County for animal shelter services. While our police chief, Jason Williams, comes forward, let me, on behalf of myself and this elected body, let me just commend you for your officers for a job very well done in extremely trying circumstances that we're all aware of. We appreciate your professionalism and everything you've done over the last few weeks.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I believe this next agenda item will be a lot more easy to get through than the last. So. I agree with you. This is just a memo of understanding with the Sheriff's Office to help them with some animal control needs. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department and they do not own any shelters or have any animal control officers. This is just an agreement that we have with them that we would help, or they are able to use our shelter as an impound facility for animals that are in the county. They currently have a primary shelter that they use in Laverque, I believe. However, this is just a secondary option for them. There is some billing that will take place if they do decide to occupy our shelter, and we would just.
We have some capacity.
Yeah, and we would try and maintain that there's some availability there for them. This does have several protections to the city. If we decide to back out or unable to provide services, then it's a simple process. So.
Questions for Chief?
So our dogs are serviced first. I read in the contract that our animals are serviced first.
Right.
And then there would be like a $25 fee per dog, per animal, per day. And yeah, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Have we had this in place before? Is this new?
We have not had an MOU with another agency before, no. In emergencies or other situations, we have taken animals. This is just kind of more of a formality, so.
You feel good about it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, council. Someone want to take a stab at a motion?
So do you approve a memorandum just like a regular agenda item?
Yep.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a memorandum of understanding between Washington City Police Department and Washington County for animal shelter services.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's go roll call on this. Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
That MOU is approved unanimously. Let's move to the section on finance. Item 13A is a quarterly financial report. Finance Director Brian Brown, you're back up. Give us an update. We'll see how we're doing with revenue and expenses, and how are we enacting this fine budget.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So as part of the audit, we are required to do a quarterly report to the council. So this will be our third quarterly report for this year. To jump right in, I provide you with, this was in your packet, with a snapshot. Here you can see, this shows all the funds, and it kind of just shows the revenues in green and the expenses in blue for fiscal year 22 to 23. You can see the first general fund. You can see as we go through 22 to 23 to 24, the revenues and expenses have kind of been tightening up there. Then as we move to capital projects, the capital projects include streets, leisure service, and public safety. That's what's included in these capital projects. And you can see the revenues increase this year from July to March, and this is mainly due to impact fees. Why the expenses have decreased, and that's mainly due to the decrease in capital projects this year. Now moving on to electric, sewer, water, and storm drain. the revenue expenses in these kind of fluctuate, and these are called enterprise funds, and these operate similar to private business. So the idea behind these is the goal is to cover the operating expense and capital costs through user fees. So I have some charts later that kind of explain these variances. And so I'm not going to jump into those right now because the graphs in the future, or the charts in the future, and later slides really pinpoint this. So with the general fund, you can see that our main revenue generators are taxes and charges for services. So taxes mainly consist of property tax and sales tax, and that is up this year by about $853,000. And then the charges for services, they're up about by $356. And that's mainly due to golf course, community center, and development and building. And then so that's you can kind of see the revenues from last year to this year. The grand total is up by about $100,000, about 150 actually. And then moving on to expenses, you can see over the last 3 years, the increases for the general fund. Now, the general fund mainly includes like HR, finance, IS, the treasurer, recorder, attorney, legislation, city manager, and court. So that's mainly what the expenses are in there. And they're slightly up, mainly due to wages and insurance cost. Public safety, that one's mainly up due to wages, and we purchased a fire engine in this fiscal year. Highway and public improvement. The reason why that expense is up is mainly, this has solid waste and recycling included in it, and those are up this year, so that's increased due to that. The parks and rec, that's the main increase for that is wages and capital projects and equipment. Community development was wages, and they did purchase some trucks. And then the transfers, it's same, but that's the transfer for the police debt service. So overall, the general fund, we're at 67% of our budget through March. Roughly, we'd expect it to be about 75%. So we consider this a favorable budget for the general fund. And with the fund balance on that, I calculated that as about 24%.
What are we allowed to keep now?
35%.
Okay.
I included, like I said, the main revenue generators, taxes. I included the last 3 year property taxes, so you could see kind of how property taxes have changed over the last 3 years. And so see that there's been quite a jump from 22 to 24. And we'll be about 100,000 less than what we budgeted for property tax, but that's pretty close to.
So Brian, just to make sure that Councilman Ivy's comments earlier were correct, the city hasn't increased their taxes. Those increases reflect the improvements of lands that then generate more taxes. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So as growth goes, it's mainly growth related.
Brian, can I ask a question? Is property tax about a third of what we take in, and sales tax is about 2/3? Is that right, or something in that neighborhood?
4 million and 10 million, something like that, so it's.
Okay.
So this year we'll collect, the next slide will go over sales tax. This year we'll collect about 4.3 in property tax, and sales tax would do about 9.3 million in sales tax.
Okay.
We'll collect about that.
So
That's actually.
roughly,
Pardon me?
so roughly about 2/3, 1/3, something
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
In fact, that's the next slide is, I wanted to show you kind of the fluctuation in sales tax and how it does change from month to month, and kind of add a trend line so you can see back in 22, there was quite a fluctuation in what we collected. We were down to 600, but it's kind of tightened up to more than 700,000. So in 22, we collected a total of 8.2 million. In 23, we collected 8.8 million. And this year, I estimated when I did this 9.3, but we got the sales tax report yesterday, and it was quite a bit higher, so I would estimate we might be 9.5 million. If the next 2 months come in stronger. What? Jeremy says we're gonna be 10, so.
Let's keep going, keep going.
So.
You do better than that.
But if the numbers come in like they did this month, yeah, we'll be, sales tax will be, right, I estimate 9.5, but we'll see who's right.
Brian estimates with spreadsheets, I use gut feel. So.
And what's interesting is the high on sales tax collection is December and June. So I get the holidays, but the only thing I can think about June is all the travel here. So the next graph, we kind of touch over new permits. Now, what's interesting about this, the first quarter when it came, well, I showed you this graph, and it was, the permits were lower than they were kind of down lower than normal. Then the next quarter we came in and they were jumped back up, and then this quarter, you can see they're the second highest. So I estimate that we'll be right around 840 to 850 permits for this year. And our high was in 21 was 923 permits. So we still continue to see growth in the area with building. I always include this one just to show where our fund balance is. We have what we collect and distributed, we're at 2.6, and then the committed amounts at 1.1. And I've always included this just to show you kind of where the interest is trending. It's still trending. Most of our interest is earned by the capital projects because they have money sitting in there. So here's where I showed you the fluctuation. In the past, I just showed you the total revenue expenses, but I really think this does a better job of explaining what's going on in the enterprise funds. So you can see the enterprise revenue, you can see the growth there, you can see the impact fees. It does fluctuate depending on how many permits we issue. And then miscellaneous revenue is mainly interest earnings and if we sell assets like trucks or other kind of equipment. Now what's interesting here is if you remember on that front page, you can see the the expenses kind of fluctuating, and that's mainly due to the capital outlay. You can see how it kind of goes up or down. Then we list the debt service, and then the operating expenses. I thought that was interesting breakout, so you can kind of see where the operating expenses are going, and then the personnel. The reason why the operation expenses went up on this is it was water purchases. We had an additional $470,000 in water purchases this year. So that's why that increases. The next fund is the sewer fund. Same kind of thing. You can see the revenue, the impact fee revenue, kind of how it fluctuates. Capital outlay, we did a lot more projects last year. The operating expense, you can kind of see how that's kind of trending. And then the personnel. And then the electric, we all know that 130 was on their contributions and transfers. That was money from UDOT for what they did on the project up on Main. So what's interesting on this is on the expenses, you can see last year's expenses were way higher. I think power costs were a lot more last year, so that's why on that graph we saw such a fluctuation where the expenses were actually higher than the revenue. And they did less capital projects here as well. And then finally, the storm drain. So that contributions, there was a reimbursement for the Pineview flood control. So that's what that $301,000 is. And once again, you can see the enterprise revenue, the impact fees, and how the capital outlay, the projects affect this year, and then the operating expense and the personnel. So it's mainly the capital outlay that fluctuates when it comes to expenses, and the impact fees that kind of fluctuate depending on how many permits we do.
So Brian, is that why general fund expenditures are like 67% now, and generally would be about 75?
These are all enterprise funds. So, and generally capital projects, they're in those capital projects funds, so the general fund is just mainly operating expenses and some capital purchases, mainly under $50,000, like trucks and mowers and that kind of stuff. We're just under budget. We're trending lower than which is a good thing. It's right where it should be. It's not too high or too low. A lot of cities try to keep it within plus or minus 7-10% on that budget.
Thanks.
And then this is another graph that Jeremy had me ask last quarter, and it's fund balance, how much funds are available by fund and whether it's restricted or unrestricted. So you can kind of see the summary there by fund. So the city continues. As I look back through this year, I mean, we're almost done. As I look back at the beginning of the year, I was a little worried, but at this point in time, everything's coming in like we would expect with the budget, and so I think we're in a good position. The only thing I would point out is on that first slide is on the general fund, that the margin of revenue expenses. That's one thing we'll want to watch in the future. So that's the summary of this quarter. Do you have any questions for me regarding the quarterly report?
How's your foot holding out?
It's good.
Good?
I just miss running. That's all I miss.
Thank you for coming here despite this. I was just telling Jeremy, this is my favorite part, is the finance part of it. So we always save the best for last.
I always like to make sure I review everything to make sure that I understand everything that's going on. And that's why I like those last pictures, because it does a better job of showing you what the operating expenses and kind of capital, how it can fluctuate, rather than just giving you a summary. And that's the whole thing is, as we move to Oracle, if you like these kind of reports, to me, I believe in continuous improvement. And when I was preparing for this, I'm like, why haven't we done this? This just is a better summary. So if you like this, I'll continue to break it out like this.
I really like the report.
Okay. Or if you want to see other stuff, let me know, because whatever makes it better and gives you guys the information is what my goal is.
I feel like it's helpful too to our community and residents to see this as well. So I feel like it's beneficial not only to us, but also to
And what I'll do is I'll
residents.
try and include this in the report next time. I actually sent out the report and then I was getting ready for this. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this, so I'll include this so you can see it before. If you want the slides, I can send them to you as well.
Thank you, Brian. Excellent work, as usual.
Can I share one point as you're walking away?
Yeah.
So Shelley had a stationary bike available. So if you can't ride without getting hurt,
I have a spin bike, and that's what I prefer to use. It's a lot safer. But my son really wanted to go mountain biking.
Councilwoman Cashman typically keeps a better tab on Councilman Ivy over there. Just, hey, do your job, please.
My
There
son
we
really
go.
wanted to go ride, so my preference is to get on spin bike and just watch my favorite shows. That's what I like. It's a lot safer.
It certainly is.
But my son wanted to go ride, so we went to Heber, and his watch, when his heart rate was 140, but he was ahead of me when he saw me. His heart rate, you can see go from 140 to 240.
Oh, when you saw you crash?
No, he saw my leg gashed open. His heart rate just shot up. His watch just goes way high. I'm like,
Well, we need you healthy. We need to keep a good budget, Brian, so. And we like having you around too, but mostly we need this budget to be. All right.
Thanks.
Council, let's take a few minutes. Had a good meeting tonight. We're not going to closed session. So let's move on to the next section, which is report of officers from assigned committees. Councilman Bellison, good night for you with Youth Council. What do you have to report on? Anything?
How many new kids do we have? Nine new kids?
So it's a good
Something
group.
like that, yeah.
Good group coming in, and obviously they all got sworn in today, and I'm excited to get to know them. You know, the last group, I kind of came in the tail end of it, and you know, it takes a little bit of time to get to know who they are individually, and you know, much less their names, right? So it'd be a good group. Other than that, June's a quiet month. Everybody's taking family vacations, so I think that's about all I got tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Henderson.
I don't have anything, Mayor, but I think we need to raise the mosquito abatement district portion of their property tax from 6.6 to like 10. I'm gonna push for that.
Full-size calendars, is that why you're asking for that fund?
Full-size calendars.
I want to see you go through truth and taxation to raise it. That would be,
We'll do it.
send a letter to every person in the county, let them come yell at you.
I want to count it with mosquitoes on every page, you know, close-ups and Councilman Coates.
I have nothing to report, Mayor.
Councilman Ivy.
So, Mayor, I had a good visit to the fire department this last week. There was no call, so we didn't go on a ride along, but had a really good visit with Chief Evans and Chief Kazir and several of the firefighters there, and they were doing training, and they had one young lady there that's interested in becoming a firefighter. So she was there kind of seeing what the job is like, and had a really good visit with her. Was able to take a picture of her with the chief, and I'm sure she sent that to her dad directly, but it's always a good visit there. You know, that's just a good group. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We just, you know, our public safety their primary concern is being a service-oriented force and department. And it's evident in everything they do. The only other thing that I was gonna mention, I think we already talked about it, was some of the SS4A crash data information. I think that we've done a good job in detailing that and set that in motion. And then I was just gonna mention, I think we've already talked about this as well, as the Washington Fields Road. I can get some calls, I'm sure you have too, on some of the delays there, and we've spelled that out, that we'll just keep that traffic moving as best we can, but with the idea of getting the
Sewer
pipe in the ground to get
upsize.
it done. Yeah.
So if I have complaints, I can call you.
Yeah, call me. I have my calls forwarded to Councilwoman.
And thank you, Councilman Ivy, for covering Dixie MPO. I was out of town and appreciate you doing that for me.
You bet.
Councilwoman Casperson.
I don't have anything. I do want to mention though that we went to Sand Hollow and got a lot of mosquito bites the other day, so we need to, okay, thank you.
That's called swimmer's itch.
Actually, wasn't. I know the difference. Thank you though.
You heard some of the kind of art projects and stuff I've been working on. The other thing is, as a mayor's association, we put a lot of work, a lot of effort into the forum that's taking place tomorrow morning at Dixie Tech. It's from 8 to 10 a.m. and I hope I think the motive, and I kind of initiated this with my peers, was I felt like the narrative was, you know, putting a lot of blame on the city, on cities in general, for things that they have some influence, but certainly aren't the responsible party for a situation that's difficult for everybody. So we collectively decided, rather than just to let the narrative be controlled, we decided that we would bring forward the facts and strike the right tone and help guide the narrative to healthy discussion, and to all parties that are involved, you know, taking their own ownership. So I think you'll see a really good meeting tomorrow morning. It'll go from 8 to 10. There'll be a panel discussion, Q&A, but we'll have a good cross-section of local and state legislators, including representation from the governor's office. You know, Steve Waldrop and others will be there, senators, local representatives, a lot of staff and building community, media. So if you want to be there, I think it'd be interesting discussion. We've been very intentional with each mayor on the panel has a certain area that we're going to discuss, and then it'll be my privilege to give just some concluding remarks about housing, and I hope we strike the right tone, and that influences, you know, the narrative amongst the building community and at the Capitol. So anyway, that's my report. Next item is the city manager report. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items. They'll be short, each of them, but since you identified me as a budding golfer, I'm going to brag a little bit about our golf course and maybe the golf courses in our area. Each year, Golf Week, which is a really prominent golf magazine, picks the top 10 public golf courses for each state. This year, 7 of the top courses were in Washington County. And then in Washington City, Green Spring was number 7, and Coral Canyon was number 10. So I think both of those deserve a lot of credit. Coral Canyon's come a long ways recently in its quality, and Green Spring's always been great. But big congratulations to the pros, the greenkeepers, and the staff that we have that do such a great job at both of our courses and one that the city owns. The second item is we now have a building permit for the old gym remodel. We had to go back and forth a little bit on some items, and we now have the permit. You can see the construction fencing is installed. Demolition will begin Monday, so we'll be heavy into construction, and construction should be completed by the end of the year.
It has to be. It's 100 years to the 100 years exactly.
I'm hoping that we have some Christmas parties in our new gym, in our new old gym. So
That'd be awesome.
Those are my two items. Thank you, Mayor.
Jeremy, thank you for all you do. You're doing a great job. Again, we have no need for closed session, so we are at the best part of the meeting, which is adjournment. I'll call for motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We got a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Bellison. All in favor? We stand adjourned. Have a great night. We've passed.